I've muted myself. There we go. Hey, you know what? Just like I said in the Kobold Showcase, it was bound to happen at least once, and this was the time that it did. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Kobold Con. It is our final day of this magnificent weekend, and I hope that you are having a wonderful day. You've had a great weekend, and, well, we're going to keep having a good day until the end of it. I'm going to take a little drink here. A drink of water I should have had before I started talking, but hey, you know what? Here's where we ended up. So, no, thank you. I'm back. How's it going, everybody? I know that there's still a little bit of org play going on over in the Discord. So, if you just got out of your game, or maybe you are, maybe you didn't have a game today, but you did earlier this weekend. I hope that game was great, and thank you so much for being here with me now. Today, we are going to do a little something called Kobold Book Club, where you and I, we're gonna sit and we're gonna sit here. We're gonna read over one of my favorite books, especially because it's one of my favorite series that Kobold Press has done. And we're just going to sit and talk about it for a bit. This is us getting ready for the big charity actual play later on today before the closing ceremonies, because don't forget, we are raising money for charity all weekend. A percentage of what you buy over on the Kobold Press store over these last 3 days have been added to a little pile that we are going to be giving to Tabletop Alliance, our charity of choice. Because we love doing good as much as we love playing games. So you can check out more about the Tabletop Alliance at tabletopalliance.org, I believe. Hold on, I'm going to double check that link before I send it. Please be correct. Yes, it is tabletopalliance.org. I'll put a little www dot in front of that just to make sure it works the way it needs to. Bam, I'm sending that as well. There you go. You can go check it out for yourself so you can see what amazing work they do there. But just know that every single penny you spend, part of that penny's going to them. So thank you for helping us do good as well. And we'll be explicitly raising more money over the course of the actual play. But until then, we are going to be starting off with our Kobold Book Club. And here with me today, I have Kobold Guide to Dungeons. I love the Kobold Guides. This series is for, if you don't know what the Kobold Guide series are, the Kobold Guides are a series of essays. Each of these books have, I want to say, about like a dozen essays, maybe a little more, maybe a little less, depending on the book. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, if you include the introduction, for Kobold Guide to Dungeons. And each of these essays is going to break down a little bit about the specific topic and give you a perspective from someone who is a veteran in the field of game design, of storytelling, and it is from these books that you can gain so much knowledge as a game master, as a game designer, as someone who cares about theory in a certain way. You don't have to care about theory, but I think just getting these insights and getting their examples and watching them break down certain concepts to make them more digestible and actionable it's good. I like it. Even if sometimes I don't always agree with what they say, I do always love reading it. So today we are going to be reading over the first of the first full essay in Kobold Guide to Dungeons, and that is the book of 5 10-foot poles, Observations on Dungeon Design by Lauren Schick. If you have a copy of Kobold Guide to Dungeons, hey, you know what? You can go grab yours. We can read together. And, I think after, we'll read a bit, we'll pause, talk about our thoughts on the concept. And, that's what we're going to spend our time doing today, thinking about dungeons. Mega Dungeon Month coming up in April, and we do have Hastening Doom coming out. So I think it's a good time for us to really start thinking about, hey, how do dungeons work? What do I like about dungeons? So let's get into it. The Book of 5 10-Foot Poles, Observations on Dungeon Design by Lauren Schick. I was an early adopter of OD&D and have been designing dungeons for both tabletop and video games for nearly as long as such dungeons have been designed. I'm still at it, working at the time of this writing as a lead narrative designer for Larian Studios' Baldur's Gate 3 and Dungeons and Dragons video game. A little more timely than I was expecting. I'm going to be honest, I haven't read this essay yet, so this is my first time, and I didn't realize that Lauren Schick was the lead narrative designer. And the dungeons in Baldur's Gate 3 are pretty good, so I think I can't wait to read his thoughts. I like the masonry of dungeons. They don't build them like that anymore. They most certainly don't. Okay. Fantasy role-playing games come in flavors for every taste, each with its own approach. But I found that where dungeons are concerned, there are some useful design principles with almost universal application for both tabletop and video games. We're going to take a brief look at 5 of them in this essay under a title that's a tip of the helm to Miyamoto. Under a title that's a tip of the helm to Miyamoto Musashi's The Book of 5 Rings. Pole 1. Boundaries. Dungeons & Dragons, the first commercially available role-playing game, added new concepts to the storyteller's toolbox, some of which have become so pervasive and familiar in modern media that it almost seems as if they have been around forever. These ideas include a character's health or hit points, defensive armor values, character skill sets grouped together as classes, and the revolutionary idea of character progression, or leveling up. Among these influential and now classic concepts must be included the idea of the dungeon, an enclosed, usually underground location consisting of a series of dangerous puzzles or combat areas, spaces that are encountered in a sequence defined by the dungeon's layout. I'm going to zoom in a little bit so you can read here alongside me. There we go. Let's consider why dungeons are so important to role-playing games, that they constitute half of the very title of the game that started it all. The stunning and thrilling promise of role-playing games is that their flexible rules enable the players to make, by collaboration and consensus, choices that simulate any situations the players can imagine, thus bursting the bonds and limitations of classical board and card games. Players use these rules to tell stories about their imagined selves, but stories require structure. And when you have the option to do literally anything, no choice has more meaning than any other choice. From a dramatic standpoint, everything is the same as nothing. Thus, the dungeon, which imposes a simple but rigorous structure on the player's actions, instantly transforming nothing into something. Exploring a dungeon gives players purpose. Its easily understood physical limitations give the actions clarity and focus. The almost unlimited variety of spaces that can be encountered give the players broad scope to exercise their characters' rule-defined capabilities and the players' own limitless imaginations. In this way, the very concept of an RPG, which had, at least in theory, abandoned all limitations, immediately offered a return to limits by setting play within a bounded environment that imposed an easy-to-grasp structure. When you make character decisions within a sequential structure, the result is a story. This is a really interesting concept that I will return to in like more broad scope when we're done with this particular poll, but I like this. I like what it's proposing here. Dungeons and RPGs are as useful today as they were in 1974, and through our options for encounter areas, And though our options for encounter areas have moved beyond medieval underground structures to include almost any environment you can think of, these areas are still successful almost exactly to the extent to which they provide limitation and structure, focusing play and emphasizing some choices over others. We've gotten pretty abstract here, so let's get to the fundamental concrete lesson that informs all dungeon design. A dungeon map is a flowchart. What are we reading? Hey, Frozen. We are reading from Kobold Guide to Dungeons. Doing a little book club here. And we're just reading this first essay by Lauren Schick, the narrative designer for Baldur's Gate, the book of 5 10-foot poles, and we're still on pole 1, so you're still early. A dungeon map is a flowchart, providing structure in both space and time, and keeping play choices within clearly defined limitations. This is not a new observation. It's obvious to anyone who has thought even casually about dungeon design. But the dungeon or level designer who forgets it or believes they can ignore or throw away the flowchart is mistaken, and their storytelling environment will suffer as a result. In a successful role-playing game, anything can happen within clearly defined boundaries. Whether these boundaries are physical, as in a classic dungeon, or conceptual, as in a social RPG, players are happiest when they know where they are and what rules apply there, because then, of course, they can look for ways to break them. Okay, so that's the end of poll 1. So thinking about the boundaries of a dungeon, right? There is quite the literal construction of like the dungeon, right? The walls that surround you, depending on if you're in, an actual physical location. Or there is the more kind of like social construct of a dungeon as being... Sorry, I'm going to pause on that thought and go to a different one, because I've been playing a lot of Pokemon recently. The first first generation Pokemon Leaf Green, because it came out on the Switch. And there are aspects of the game that I'm only now realizing, now that I have more like game design brain rather than child brain, is how the game uses dungeons. And dungeons come in a variety of types, right? In Pokemon, the most obvious dungeons are the gyms, right? And I think gyms to a lesser extent, but like the caves, right? You have to go through a cave at some point. Sometimes you need a specific move like Flash, Rock Smash, or Strength to be able to navigate those dungeons. But sometimes the dungeons are a little bit less explicit. Like gyms are a kind of dungeon. Many of them require you to navigate them in certain ways that can be strategic, right? Because maybe you are going to avoid certain trainers because you don't want to battle anyone. You just want to battle the gym leader, or it gives you ways to battle the other trainers to kind of work your way up and train to get there. But many of them also include a specific puzzle in which you need to navigate the dungeon, the gym, in a specific way in order to get to the final place. And much of this is thematic as well. Is specifically the main gym I'm thinking of here. There are 2 gyms actually. Lieutenant Surge's gym in what is that? Cerulean City? No, Vermilion City, Electric Gym, and then also Sabrina, the Psychic Gym in Celadon City. No. Whatever city it is. And both of those gyms give you the puzzle, right? Lieutenant Surge's gives you the electric gate that you need to like press specific buttons underneath trash cans in order to unlock the gate and let you go through, right? If you select the first button, right? If you're able to find it, the second button then spawns in one of the trash cans that are adjacent to it, right? So it'll either show up, down, left, or right, depending on if there's a trash can in that direction, right? This isn't a thing the game explicitly tells you, but it's a thing that you can figure out, and it's advice that people have given, right? No one can tell you explicitly you have to go X, Y, you have to go X and then Y to make Z happen. There is a randomization of it that makes it a little bit more difficult. It's tricky. And part of that is falling into the theme of who Lieutenant Surge is and what electric types do. Because one of the main things that electric types do is that they're kind of more crafty. There are lots of damaging electric type moves, but so many of them are status affecting moves like Thunder Wave, which then paralyzes creatures. And there's a bit more of a crafty cleverness to it, which then becomes manifested in the puzzle necessary to go throughout the gym and be able to do it. And the story of every person's game of Pokemon that they play is the story of their journey becoming Pokemon Master. How they went through the gyms, how they struggled in those gyms, how they went through caves, how they fought Team Rocket, both back in their base, but then again going through the tower, and how going through the first base then prepared them to go through the second base as teleportation mechanics get brought into the story. So you have to then traverse this place in order to beat Team Rocket, get this thing that you need to be able to go on to another place. But you can't fight Sabrina until you beat Team Rocket. And in fighting Team Rocket, you are first introduced to the teleportation circles, and then you are reintroduced to them again when you fight the Psychic Gym leader, and there is a very specific path you need to take. Only certain teleportation circles only take you to certain other teleportation circles, and so you need to know the specific right ones in order to get to the boss at the end of it. And that is specifically thematically different from the electric types. Both are tricky, but in very different ways. Electric types can be crafty, right? Lieutenant Surge himself is a lieutenant. He is a soldier, right? He is someone who has been to war and has had to think tactically in that sort of way, in comparison to Sabrina, who is a psychic, and where the kind of craftiness and tactics and strategy of war don't necessarily have to have one option towards victory. It is about adapting to your current situation. Being a psychic is kind of about specifics, moving a thing from one place to another with your mind, being able to read someone's mind and know a specific answer, and all the other kind of psychic abilities. Again, the themes of the dungeon, the gym, and how you traverse it lead you towards the end where you fight the boss, bringing all of those themes kind of together. And the way that you navigate that is the story, and understanding that even in its most abstracted forms, right? When you're not in a medieval dungeon and you're somewhere else, thinking about, hey, how does the structure of this dungeon, the mechanics in which people need to navigate this dungeon, and the themes of this dungeon all come into alignment, and the way that your characters then navigate all of that then becomes your story. Yeah, Lawrence. I love it. Let's go to poll 2. I spent more time on that than I thought I was. All right, dungeon structure keeps player choices within boundaries, but what keeps players moving forward are goals. This may seem obvious, but there are nuances here that make this idea deceptively complex. Though you can go into a dungeon to just slaughter and loot, as in Dave Megari's classic board game Dungeon, that gets old pretty fast. A proper dungeon is built around an overriding goal that's made clear to the players up front. Destroy the wicked archmage, rescue the missing heir, replace the stolen sacred idol. And this focuses player decision-making by giving them a compass for their choices, pointing towards those options that appear to lead them towards their goal. But a goal provides more than just a compass for making choices. It also provides a theme for designing the environment in which those choices are made. The goal needs a dramatic context, a situation, and backstory that gives it meaning and significance. In short, your dungeon needs a theme, and every encounter and circumstance within the dungeon should reinforce that theme. Me and Lauren shaking hands. I got there. I didn't even need, I was already on the same wavelength. I prepared us for it, and that's setup, and this is the knocking down of that setup. We got there. What were we saying? Oh, yes. The goal needs a dramatic context, a situation, and backstory that gives it meaning and significance. In short, your dungeon needs a theme, and every encounter and circumstance within the dungeon should reinforce that theme. This helps greatly with your design because once you have your theme, environment, and encounter ideas that support it, come easily and tend to link together, giving your dungeon theatrical cohesiveness. If you were here for our Hastening Doom design panel with me and Thomas, you'll see that this is basically what happened. Once we got the prompts, right, of the water spidery dungeon crypt thing, once we got all those prompts and we started making the creatures, right? Okay, it's a crypt, it's an underground place, but it's also wet, right? Maybe kind of swampy. Love spiders. Spiders bringing in there. But how do we make the spiders feel wet? Make them amphibious. Make them water hunters, which then creates threats that happen in the dungeon, right? You can start linking things like ideas together once you have them because... And honestly, that's some of the fun of it for me, is taking these strange ideas that don't necessarily feel like they should fit, finding a way to make them cohesive, which then creates new ideas, new dungeons, and keeps things fresh and moving forward. And it also helps the players because once they see that the theme of the place matches their overarching goal, they instinctively know which choices will move them forward, move them towards that goal. And every one of those choices will feel satisfying and dramatically correct. Do note, however, that the order of polls 1 and 2 could be reversed. You could decide your dungeon's theme first and then derive the goal from that context. And that's kind of how we did it. Yesterday during Hastening Doom. I'm going to finish this thing and then I'll get back to the Hastening Doom thought. So pick your dungeon's theme, and if possible, write it out in a single sentence for clarity. Then, as you design each part of your dungeon, ask yourself how it matches that theme and advances it. Do that consistently, and it will draw your players through the space, creating a plausible and convincing story as they go. I love this because going back to how we were talking about Hastening Doom, right? Very much we went the route of we decided its structure, we decided its we decided the form that it would take and what was inside of it, right? We knew it was a crypt. We knew we wanted aquatic shadow spiders. We knew that we wanted. I'm trying to remember all of our. Hastening Doom. I wonder if I can find it just real quick. Design Jam. No. Kobold Con. Where did I put it? Oh wait, no. I can easily find it. I'm so silly. I'm such a silly Billy. I can just go over here. I can click this. Boom. Amazing. So we knew that we wanted wet, spider, shadowy, fungal, and crypts. And once we knew that, we started building out fungal. That was the one I was forgetting. There's so much fungus that we've talked about this this weekend. But there is once we had those ideas and we started putting them together, right? We want the aquatic spiders. It's a crypt. It's probably underground. Fungus can be growing underground. Oh, the humidity from these aquatic water spiders maybe. Oh, okay. Well, if there's going to be a lot of humidity, maybe that makes it swampy. Okay, I like swamp. There's a crypt here, so there's got to be a community nearby that uses this crypt, And then we just start building from there. And then once we had it, we were like, okay, what's the story here? What are the hooks? Well, this place exists. People interact with it. It's a crypt. There's probably a lot of ancestral stuff going on here. Maybe ancestral veneration or just lots of cultural practices around that. How do stories then get interwoven with how did this people who used to be connected to this crypt that is now disconnected and isolated from it, how do they react to that? And then where do the players come into that? And that's, I think, a pretty solid example of what he's talking about here as far as deciding the theme first and then deriving the goal and context from there. You know, like you're connecting type to Pokemon. I likewise view JRPGs differently than how I've played TTRPGs. That's fair. Yeah, I mean, because there is an aspect of like much more. I find a lot of RPGs from Japan being a little bit less. Usually there is a set perspective, right? You have a character who does have a story. There aren't, off the top of my head, a bunch of them that are divorced from the like I think this comes from like a cultural separation in like a lot of Western societies, like individualistic tendencies, and like viewing the person who is playing the game as being the core focus of perspective of the story, right? You get to make your character in Skyrim, and the journey that you go on is your journey and your story. That is the story that is happening. Versus a game like Final Fantasy VII that has a primary character who has a story that you're following. And I think, you know, that's just a difference in focus between those two different like storytelling styles. I think leads to this, but ultimately you can still break down the core ideas of like, especially dungeons, to kind of account across both, and you can see where they kind of intersect, but also where they diverge. All right, poll 3, pacing. It's time to talk about pacing, which means we're getting down to the real nuts and bolts of building a dungeon. Setups, payoffs, and players' limited attention spans. Crunchy. The long-term goal that defines your dungeon's theme is set up at the beginning and isn't paid off until the end. However, along the way, you're going to want to set up a series of short-term goals with sooner payoffs to keep the players focused on the task at hand and providing them with gratifying rewards for doing so. The pacing of these setups and payoffs require a careful attention to maximize player enjoyment. Every setup poses a problem or puzzle that in most cases has a solution players can discover in the dungeon environment, but not necessarily right away. A dungeon that poses a series of problems that set up and then pay off quickly will have a rhythm of play that's repetitive and predictable. If some of the problems you pose to the players don't have obvious solutions until later in the flowchart, it keeps the challenges fresh, and the players will learn that they will have to stay alert and pay attention. When a player is presented with a setup with no immediate clear resolution, and then 3 encounters later, they see and recognize a way to resolve that earlier setup, it makes the player feel smart and capable, resulting in some serious and memorable fun. Be careful to not overdo it, though. Players have a lot to think about, and they can keep only so many details in the mind at any given time. Achieving a short-term goal within a reasonable number of encounters feels good, but too many outstanding, unresolved setups nag at a player. They feel like they must have missed something. They doubt their capabilities as a player, and their fun is replaced by anxiety. A problem that's set up early in the dungeon but isn't paid off until much later rarely feels good. Vary the amount of time and space between your setups and payoffs, but don't take it too far, or it might violate your players' expectations of the dungeon and of themselves. This is really important, right? And like, pacing here is controlled through a number of things. It's done through puzzles, it's done through encounters, both social and non-social, violent, combat. There we go, combat. That was the word I was looking for. Both in like social and combat encounters. But it's also done through like narration. It's also done through like literally traversing and exploring, right? Exploring can be a kind of puzzle, but not always, right? Giving them the space to explore and be like, okay, here's a big room with lots of things for you to kind of look at. And then, oh, here's a smaller room that maybe has like one puzzle that you need to engage with, and then you can move through, right? varying that amount of time spent in rooms by changing size and amount of things, changing, right, where like, oh, maybe the solution to a puzzle isn't until later. Maybe you find a key for a thing that you don't know where it goes to yet, and now you're constantly looking, right? Oh, where does this key go to? I want to use it. You've given me this setup. And that can go either way, right? You can either give them the chest first or the key late, or the key first. And that creates two different kinds of things, right? Because finding the key to something then makes you want to explore in a way that there is something I want to find. There is something here that is hidden from me or locked off that I now know that I can get into later. And then when you find it, there's the immediate satisfaction of, yes, I found what the key goes to, which can then lead to larger things, right? If you start off with the chest, there is a kind of, especially within the form of a locked chest, there are other options when it comes to opening it. And it begs the question, are you going to unlock it the way it needs to be unlocked by going to find the key? Are you going to go the normal route? Or will you be creative and find other solutions to this problem? It invites creativity, right? Because the end result is a known thing, or at least semi-known. You know that there is a chest, and you know that you can open it, and so you can get access to whatever is inside. That's the goal. Finding the key is one potential way to solve this puzzle, to get towards your goal, but it is not necessarily the only one. However, being given the key first, there's only one outcome, but the outcome is unknown. You know the key is to open something. The question is to find out what. Because even if you find out what, that doesn't mean you'll use the key. Because sometimes the key goes to something dangerous or something that is chaotic and uncontrollable. And you can control the pacing of your stories and the different kinds of setups and payoffs by playing around with, what do you give them first, the lock or the key? Where do you place those things in relation to each other? And as he says, finding the right rhythm to keep the momentum moving forward, even if it doesn't always keep them physically moving forward. Maybe they have to backtrack to unlock something or use a clue that they've only found later. But it keeps the momentum of the story moving forward. That's what's important. All right, next up we have Pull 4 mechanics. And this is where I drink some water because I've been talking a lot. I'd also love to know any of you all's thoughts as well on anything going on here. And if this has kind of invoked anything in you. Pull 4 mechanics. Players love figuring out how to solve puzzles in unexpected ways. Man, me and Lawrence, we're shaking hands. We're following each other, doing the little dance of dragons in the skies, circling each other mentally. Figuring out how to solve problems in unexpected ways. Nothing is more gratifying, but how do you encourage that? Show your work. An RPG incorporates dozens or even hundreds of simple rule systems that synergize to create a pleasing complexity that enables story to happen. Many of these rules define the player character's capabilities, but players won't use their abilities if they can't see how to apply them. But you can help them. When you create a situation for the players to interact with or solve, set it up so they can clearly see how it works. Expose the situation in a way that reveals the physical setup, its functionality, dangers, and potential vulnerabilities. Don't hide anything unless you want part of the situation to be a surprise. This applies to more than just the mechanics of physical situations. If part of the problem involves relationships between NPCs, build in a way to convey those relationships to the players. If they can see all the working parts, physical, magical, and social, they can decide which skills or assets in their character's toolbox are most likely to give them a successful, or at least interesting, result. As a side matter, one of the advantages that tabletop games have over most video games is that all of their mechanics are exposed. The rules and everything that pertains to them are literally an open book. Video game RPGs that provide the broadcast array of systemic solutions are those that most clearly show how their rules work and then give the player the ability to access them. Usually as a matter of advanced character progression. Remember the thing I was talking about earlier. It all comes back to Pokemon, baby. When you're going through the tower at Silphco and and you've got all of, Team Rocket there taking over the tower, we are introduced to the idea of teleporting circles. This is the first time, I'm pretty sure, it's the first time they ever come up in the Pokemon game, in the Kanto region. Because, before that you were going through, the first time you get to like a dungeon with like a kind of strange movement mechanic, is Team Rocket's base, back in Celadon City, underneath the game corner, the little gambling ring. They've got a bunch of conveyor belts which you need to learn to navigate to be able to move throughout that dungeon. And then you get to Silphco Tower, which has all of these teleporting circles, which then like is an escalation, right, to, oh, hey, so you need to learn how to navigate this place. Specific teleporting circles only go to other specific teleporting circles. And if you're going to learn to navigate this place, you're going to need to remember the map and remember where certain things are if you want to get back to them. Take this concept, and then you don't necessarily escalate, right? Or I guess actually it is escalated, right? It's escalated in the next gem, which only becomes unlocked after you finish this dungeon, where you get to the psychic gem, same city, and it feels less complex because there is a set space, right? You have the confines of the gem where there are only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Technically 9. It's a 3x3 grid of rooms. Each of these rooms has one trainer in it, except for the entrance, and 4 teleporting dots. Only exceptions, the entrance, which only has 1, which sends you to the exact same room every time, and the gym leader's room, Sabrina's, which only has 1 teleporting circle, meaning there is only one of these circles that lead there. Goal of the dungeon. I want to get the badge. I want to defeat Sabrina so I can move on to the next Pokemon gem. To get there, I need to navigate all of these rooms to find the dot that will take me to Sabrina's room. It feels simple, and it feels more simple just on the surface in comparison to navigating Silphco, which had multiple levels and all of that stuff. However, when you're in identical rooms with the same 4 squares, with the same 4 dots in the same 4 places, and a variable enemy type of like 2, where most of them kind of look the same. The only difference that changes is you can tell where you're at on the outer walls of it. That's it. And it's more confusing because it's disorienting, which is what psychics are. Its main, the main status effect that comes from moves that are psychic type is confusion. The themes interlock with the mechanics that are previously shown to, which are previously shown to the player in the dungeon right before it, but are made from just being, this makes sense because it's like this is like a corporation that does like weird technology, right? And they're like doing a bunch of experiments. It makes sense that they have these teleporters, but these teleporters exist for them in order for a way for them to move from floor to floor in the easiest way possible for organizational purposes, right? It's for efficiency. But you take this same concept and you move it to a dungeon of a psychic type trainer whose whole deal is that she doesn't like fighting. So she doesn't like fighting, but she will because it's her job. She's a psychic type. She does psychic type Pokemon whose main thing is confusing you. And they build the dungeon using a mechanic previously shown to us. We know how it works. We then put it in a more confusing a setting with this specific dungeon to further push on the themes, to test the player's mastery of the mechanics, and also to see if like it's easy to do if you map it out yourself, right? If you wrote it down on the paper, you can map it out more than just trial and error, just trying it over and over again, right? Multiple ways to do it. You can brute force it, but you don't need to. It's a puzzle that can be solved even if you don't understand its mechanics, but it also allows for that kind of good feeling of being like, ah, yes, I mapped out this place. I know exactly where I need to. You weren't able to confuse me, Sabrina, and now I'm going to defeat you and take your badge. And that's the story. Poll 5, Vistas. This poll ties in closely with the previous one. Classic dungeons are tight, narrow, claustrophobic places with stone walls and low ceilings, but there's no reason to stick to that paradigm. Your adventure setting will maintain interest and spark surprisingly by mixing in medium-sized, large, and even vast spaces with vaulted ceilings or even open to the sky above. For maximum impact and to give players a chance to really take in a space and plan how to deal with it, it's useful to have the obvious route into such a large space lead quickly into a vista, a literal overview of the space that enables it to tell its story. In cinema, this is called an establishing shot. I love that little note. In most cases, you'll want the vista to also be a place of concealment, a safe spot from which players can consider their strategy and tactics. You might also want it to look like entering the encounter space from the vista is a one-way trip, with no obvious way to get back out once you go in. This raises the dramatic stakes of continuing forward, invites players to pause to consider their options, and makes it feel like an act of courage to advance onward. Players may hesitate, but ultimately they enjoy proving themselves fearless. Help them be bold. Ugh. And that's it. I mean, I feel like this is just really tying together everything, that I was saying, right? A dungeon can be, a dungeon can literally be a medieval structure beneath the ground where people are kept and things are safe or protected. Or it can be a Pokemon gym. And when you realize this, and you think about it in the framework as a flowchart of going from one room to another, and maybe back again, and how you can control the pacing of that by controlling how long it takes from get to one room to another, how much there is to discover within one room versus another, and what they are going to encounter in one room versus another, and how you set up and pay off various narrative, mechanical, and puzzle-based things. You can create a solid dungeon. If you master these concepts, dungeon design is there for you. And we get all that just from a singular essay in Kobold Guide to Dungeons. The Kobold Guides are great, y'all. I love them so much. And, I love reading them and talking about them. So, maybe we'll do this more. Who's to say? But thank you all so much for being here with me. I know a bunch of people are starting to get out of org play, and we are getting excited for the RiverBank charity live play with Mage Hand High Five, GM'd by none other than our marketing director, Dot. So stick around for that, or, well, first go get a drink, get a snack, whatever it is you need to do to be ready. And we'll be back at the top of the hour with RiverBank. But until then, I've been Kendrick or Kendo, whichever you prefer, and I'll see you then.
welcome back to the final day, and not just final day, but final live stream of Kobold Con 2026. I am Dot, the marketing director here for Kobold Press, and I am joined with some awesome friends from Mage Hand High 5 who are going to get to introduce themselves in a second. But I want to remind all of you what we're doing today is about charity, it's about goodwill, it's about cozy things. And we've been working all weekend to raise money for Tabletop Alliance, which works all across the United States to combine gaming into education, to bring that to tables and to the next generation, which I think is like a really dope mission. So what's happened is everything that you buy off the Cobalt Press store from Friday to the end of today's stream goes into a percentage pot of donations, and we're going to match it dollar for dollar up to $2,500. So we still have room for our match. I'm getting numbers in the background as we speak. So this is your chance to continue. You can go to the Kobold Press store, buy something, and it just happens. It's like magic. Buy something nice, do some good in the world. Or you could actually go to tabletopalliance.org and make a donation direct on their website. This won't be matched by Kobold Press because we have no way to track that, but you're still giving to our charity of choice. And their website has some fantastic information about the kind of work that they do and the people that they support. All right, woohoo, business out of the way. All right, I'd like to roll into letting these fine faces here on the screen introduce themselves, and maybe one of you, will you tell us about Mage Hand High Five, since I'm not the human to do that. But I think first on my screen I have Rowan.
Sure. Hi, my name is Rowan McStay, they, them, and I am a producer and editor on Mage Hand High Five. We are an actual play podcast doing a variety of systems, playing with like some genre bending, some interesting like genre fused storytelling. Right now, Casey is running us through a really incredible, gritty fantasy western epic called The Badlands. Very anti-capitalist, very not cozy cottage core. So if you're looking for low stakes, don't go to The Badlands. But yeah, we're doing some fun stuff over there.
Cool, thanks, Rowan. I think Casey, you're next up on my screen.
Yeah, hi. I am Casey Pappas, he, him, and I am the current game master for Mage Hand High Five. And so the Badlands is sort of what I'm GMing at the moment. If you're a fan of Fallout or Dark Tower or anything like that, it is more in line with that. But I swear we also do lighthearted fun things.
We do have fun. We do have fun. It's not just all
we do have
sad.
fun.
You guys know it is fun sometimes.
I like the disclaimer there. Well, I'm glad to have you on the channel, Casey. Amani, you are last but certainly not least.
Hi, I'm Imani Russell. I use they, them pronouns, and I've been like a fun guest player for Mage Hand High Five for a second, and I'm glad to be here.
Yeah, I'm glad you're here too. All of you at home may recognize Mage Hand High Five, considering the fact that they have been part of the Kobold Creates program. I believe actually for the last 2 years, and even though we are in a weird place right now financially, like everybody else in the world, and can't support that program this year, we still want to give love to those who have come before and will come again, because we're bringing that program back. We just have to tighten the pocketbook strings, everybody, as my mother would say. Now, today we're actually going to be showing off for the very first time RiverBank here on the channel. For those of you that are not aware what RiverBank is, well, oh boy, let me tell you all about it. It is not just a cozy RPG. It's really inspired by Wind in the Willows and the kind of slice of life, cozy cottage core lifestyle that you would find in England of the time. It is written by Kidge Johnson, who actually had a follow up book to Wind in the Willows called The RiverBank. And Kidge, as the lead designer, brought everything she has learned. And let me tell y'all, that woman, she is encyclopedic knowledge. There's even footnotes. There's footnotes in the book to help you like understand the timeline. It's quite wonderful and so very unique, I think, for a tabletop game. And one of the brilliant things that Kidge has done is kind of figure out a way to actually write and put into the game the chaoticness that is slice of life and cozy life gameplay. It feels like a sitcom, and it's quite brilliant, and I'm very excited to share it with all of you today. So we're actually going to kick off. I gave our cast here on the screen, I say a little bit of homework, but The first thing we do in RiverBank, usually between sessions, is pull something called a Between Times card. I'm lucky enough to actually have my deck. I promise Kendo his is coming, and I know I've only pulled these are the three for them, but it's a whole deck, and it comes in this beautiful box with the opposing card, which is called the Haphazardry card. And that we'll talk about here in a second. We're going to pull some of them too. But each of them I pulled in advance so that I wouldn't put them on the spot. And I wanted to make sure they had a little chance to think about it because each between time card is actually informing a character as to what they've been up to. What is the between time? And not just giving you a prompt, it gives you questions that helped you write the reality of it. All I've given you is a line. So, based on the one I have up first here, it says you learned a new story about RiverBank, a ghost story. Who got that one? Who got
That
the
would be
ghost
me.
story? Okay, Casey. So Casey, tell us a little bit about who you're playing before you tell us about your ghost story.
Absolutely. Uh, well, my name is Mr. Edmund St. Andrews. I am a red fox who lives in, well, Strawberry Vale down on the riverbank. And well, there's nothing quite like getting out on a beautiful day and seeing the great out of doors, for that is where we all come from. And there's nothing quite like appreciating the magnificence and beauty of the out of doors. And, well, in the between times, I have taken it upon myself to discover a bit of the lore and mysteries of the riverbank. And so, in one of my great journeys, I did happen to come across, well, one of the spookier tales that I have heard in my adventures.
Did you read it or did you hear it?
It was told to me by a new acquaintance.
Okay, I
Yes.
love it.
Well, I
Well, what? Tell me what was it? What did you think about it?
Absolutely. Well, it was on my journey. I was traveling through a particularly marshy section of the wood when out of nowhere a small salamander came rooting forward from I believe they have salamanders here.
I think that's correct.
Perhaps he came from somewhere else. But this salamander did offer me tea time, as it was tea time at the time for tea, as one might say, and so
Mhm.
we did share a spot of tea in which he told me the spooky tale of the South Creek Shambler, a particularly mysterious critter which comes forth to eat all of one's biscuits,
Not your
Not all
biscuit.
of the
which,
biscuits.
yes, as well, and I clutched my biscuit case close to me when
So
hearing
this
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 tale.
biscuit eater, this haunted biscuit eater,
Yes.
yeah. Is there any? Ghosts usually have a purpose for sticking around. Is it just to
Yes.
eat biscuits, or was there a more of an inciting incident?
Well, you did not hear it from me. Well, I guess you did hear it from me. The salamander said to spread this tale as far and wide as you'd like, so
Oh,
from what I've come to understand, this South Creek Shambler, well, was denied biscuits in their youth. And so now coming forth, I guess its purpose in continuing upon this mortal plane is to acquire and consume as many biscuits as
biscuits as
might be
possible.
heavenly possible. And of course, it is known far and wide that ghosts cannot make biscuits for themselves.
Naturally.
Oh
It is
boy.
one of the foremost facts that we must know about ghosts is that they do not have ghost kitchens.
Absolutely. So the last 24 hours you've been given this new ghost story based on a spot of tea and some fresh company with with a salamander.
Yes, Sally
Um
Jane Salamander.
yeah, and Yeah, Edmund St. Andrews. It's let's just say it's haunted you. Something about the idea of somebody stealing your biscuits is beyond vile, especially in polite company and society.
Well, it's
Um,
beyond unnerving, isn't it? If one needs a biscuit, one must simply ask. I'd be more than willing to share my biscuits, but to steal them entirely, well, that's quite obscene.
and this conversation you have with yourself is probably, on and off for 24 hours. But I need to know somebody rescued someone or something. Who rescued someone?
Ah, yes, that was me.
Oh, yes, please introduce your character to us and tell us what happened, who it was. Give us more details about this rescue.
Yes, of course. My name is Miss Eliza Van der Hedgepig. Miss Eliza Van der Hedgepig is a beautiful, very small, round hedgehog with white quills, and she's quite, well, spines rather. I think quills are more for porcupines, whatever those are. And I she wears a sort of beautiful floral dress, quite modest, and it's got a lot of mended spots in it because, as you may know, being a hedgehog, she is quite sharp, and as such, she tends to poke holes in her dress, especially when she is nervous, which is frequently.
Oh.
And she is quite prone to swooning, actually, and so sometimes when she swoons, it tears holes in her dress, and she must fix it. But thankfully, she is equipped with a body full of needles, and so she must only prick one spine from her back, drill a little tiny hole in it, just bite on it until there's a hole, and then sew up her dress, of course. So, yes, this is Eliza Van der Hedgepig, and actually, she had quite an eventful morning. She's feeling a bit flustered about it still, actually. She. You mustn't tell anyone this. I'm telling you this in confidence. Do you understand? But.
Yes,
The anticipation.
Thank you, Edmund.
absolutely.
But she's had a little bit of, she's taken a bit of a fancy to Miss Adelaide Willoughby. She's a grey squirrel that lives nearby. And as a matter of fact, Miss Adelaide actually dropped her handkerchief in the middle of a street just as a carriage was going by. And I was quite terrified to see her, and I was on the verge of swooning just at the sight of her. Her bushy tail is so lovely. But she dropped her handkerchief and nearly wandered out into the street. And as she did, I couldn't bear the thought of her tearing her beautiful dress under the wheels of a carriage, so I reached out, grabbed her by the back of the corset, and brought her back to the walk. And of course, I picked up her handkerchief.
In this very, very brave and daft thing. It's been rumored. Now, the thing about the RiverBank is rumors carry. They start, and everybody knows it by the end of the day. And so, imagine it's pretty well known at this point that in the last 24 hours, Miss Eliza Vander Hedgepig has saved someone.
Right, and that's been a bit strange for me because I'm not normally known for my deeds of intrepidity, so I'm actually quite shy most of the time and a bit, I sort of keep to myself, so I hope it didn't cause too much of a fuss. And
Well,
has
it might. You're being whispered about. People are like, oh, that's her.
Oh.
I can't believe she did that. Oh
Well,
my gosh.
what was I supposed to do? I did what any decent hedgehog would do, didn't I? When a lady drops her handkerchief in the street and nearly walks out in front of a carriage, one must act, I'm afraid.
And people whisper brave. Some people say that it didn't happen. Some people say it did. But you're all the talk of the town. So if you like to keep eyes off you, you've not done a very good job. But you're not the only person who has seen something strange. Somebody else saw something strange, Miss Celestine Gray. Tell me more about you and what it was you saw.
Yes, hello. My name is Celestine Gray, and I was out. Well, I'm a pigeon, first of all. Let me not forget to describe myself to you. I'm a pigeon. I'm quite medium-sized, and I'm wearing a yellow dress with a nice lace collar and a hat with a big yellow flower. I quite like flowers, actually. And I was out for a walk with my housemate, Her name is Mrs. Potlock. She's a goose. Birds of a feather, we must flock together. And I was out for a walk. We were returning from the post office. I was sending a letter to my children. They live off in Canada. And we were walking past a quite lovely family of squirrels when I saw what can only be described as a ghost or a spectre, as some might say, stealing quite a few of their biscuits and taking them off and just disappearing. Now, I'm quite against thievery, and I thought it was quite disrespectful, and I pointed it out to Mrs. Potlock, and she did not believe me. And then, the next day, when we had an embroidery circle, which I quite like, I told all of my friends there, and none of them believed me either, which is quite weird because, as we all know, ghosts are real.
There are some on the RiverBank that might agree with you for sure, and some that might not. But on this day, it seems that it's been a very eventful 24 hours. Strange sightings, sharing of ghost stories that might be real, and the odd dropping of a handkerchief. Now, the three of you are tight acquaintances, we might say. Occasionally you keep company or have a picnic and afternoon tea. But I'm going to take a second to set us up for today. These things have happened yesterday or the day before, but today, dear friends, something else is afoot. Welcome, dear friends, to the RiverBank, that most splendid stretch of countryside where the air is sweet and the scent of clover fills my nostrils, and time itself seems to dawdle delightfully by the water's edge. It is, if I may say so, the very best time of year. Not too hot, not too cold, and filled with the particular sort of cheerfulness that only arrives when something grand is afoot. And indeed, something grand is afoot. The king's official birthday is nearly upon us, an occasion of such pomp and circumstance that every town, guild, village, and company in the realm has been invited to bake a birthday cake in his honor. Yes, a cake! A sincere token of respect and admiration, to be gathered up by special train and whisked away to Buckingham Palace itself, where a panel of judges, imported all the way from France, no less, shall judge the offering. The winners will receive medallions from the king, and once the judging is done, his household will distribute the additional cakes among the poor. A noble notion, certainly, but one which, as noble notions often do, has quite gotten out of hand. Because across the land, ovens roar, mixing bowls spin, and people are baking cakes flavored with exotic liquors, and little umbrellas, and cakes adorned with almond paste elephants and sugar moons. Even the nearby village of humans is abuzz with excitement. But yet, oh dear me, not a single local animal from the RiverBank has so much as cracked an egg. Not one cake in sight, which means, my fine furry and feathered friends, it now falls to you to save the day. You must create not merely a good cake, mind you, but the best cake that ever was. The trouble, of course, is that it's 6 o'clock on Saturday, and the train comes tomorrow morning at precisely 5:37 a.m. So quick now, aprons on, whisk and pulse to your stations. And as the narration kind of fades out, and we come in on the three friends recounting the last 24 hours to each other. Save somebody here, strange sighting there, a ghost story that matches. A hard rap tap tap happens at somebody's door. Whose house is holding tea for the friends today?
Probably mine. I do love a gathering.
So tell us a little bit about your humble abode.
I would love to. I live in a tree house around 6 foot up, south of the Chestnut on the riverbank. I share this home, as I said before, with Mrs. Potlock, and we are probably gathered in the Gothic parlor. It's where I tend to sit in the evenings to relax, and sometimes I tend to spend the evenings alone. I like a little bit of solitary time, but in general, I adore having visitors, especially as I'm trying to rejoin society after a terrible loss in my life. But the Gothic parlor, it looks like a medieval cathedral chapel, but it's made of wood and plaster, and it has a huge table at the center and leather chairs. They're just big leather chairs. They're really comfortable, and they're right by a glorious bay window.
Nice. I rather like taking tea at Miss Celestine's house.
There's nothing quite like a little adventure up in the trees.
And as this little ghost story is being recounted, and maybe the little fur's hair or feather otherwise are standing up on end a little bit, like, ooh, little spooky ghost story. You hear that bang, bang, bang of the front door, maybe making you all jump and spilling a little tea, oh my. But it seems that someone is at the front door.
As the door knocks and you've all been telling this ghost story, immediately I just boo, like full hedgehog quills out. I think you're all sitting far enough away to know to duck, though.
Oh yeah, you like poop up, yeah. Okay.
Dear Celestine, were you expecting a visitor besides us?
Let me think. No, she's not coming today. That's tomorrow. No, I don't believe I was.
Well,
Would you mind getting the door, dear? My wing is a little sore.
Absolutely. Though before I do, are the biscuits locked down?
Well, I suppose if anyone should ask for a biscuit, we should have to give it to them, but perhaps we set a few aside just in case we get biscuit bandited.
Yes, I do. I do not know of any case in which a ghost has knocked at the door before entering, but well,
Ghosts
these
never
are
knock.
trying
They just
times.
simply walk in. They can go through walls, don't you know?
Right. So probably not a ghost.
Probably
Well, someone
not.
had better get the door, but I will.
Yes. Yes.
I will put aside a few biscuits for you, Edmund.
Right.
The biscuits
Of
are
course.
hidden. I imagine you
Right.
pull one off a quill or something as it, like, you
Yeah.
kind of come down. They got it stuck too. So Edmund, you're going to answer the door.
After a little bit of straightening up and making sure that I'm presentable, and should there be a ghost, that I'm fully prepared, I timidly take the door handle and carefully take it open.
As you eek the door open, standing outside of it is a rather what we would consider medium size. Now, for all of you at home, there are two kinds of animals on the riverbank. There are lowercase animals, sheep, goat, pigeons, birds, and then there's uppercase, like anthropomorphic animals, right? So, for example, I could be a capital S sheep who owns lowercase s sheep. So the capital A animals of the riverbank are a little oversized. They're not going to be tiny like a regular pigeon. You're talking about like a 3 or 4 foot cartoonish style pigeon. This pigeon is a little bigger, and not in height but in width. He's a hefty pigeon. He has eaten a lot of seeds in his day, and he wears a big double-breasted, like, vest with his jacket and his little monocle, and this he has a bit of a double chin that seems to rest on his chest, and as you open it up, he does that thing pigeons do where you're like and his feathers kind of poof, and he says, "Where is she? I'm removing her from the will. How dare she not make it? Where is she? Where is she?" And he pushes right past you, Edmund, into Celestine's
Right.
home. Celestine, you know this voice very well. This is Ponsonville Houtboys Lavenday, who is, if I remember correctly, your very old uncle on your mother's side. He currently is the money holder for the family. He maintains the remote castle in an island between basically England and France that your family tends to spend most of its time at. And to no surprise, he has brought his weirdly inappropriate sparrow, Polly, his pet. It's a little gauche to own a bird as a bird. Um,
Oh, uncle.
and he's down kind of in whatever your lower level is. Maybe it's a foyer or a small, sitting area. But he's waiting. He wouldn't be as rude as to come upstairs until you come down. But he's he's letting feathers off, so there's kind of like fluff and tough the way chickens do. As he enters, bold and big into the waiting room, kind of waiting on you. Edmund, as you close the door, it knocks almost as soon as you close it.
Right. Many visitors. I reopen it.
This time, in front of you is a hedgehog. He is very old.
Oh, no,
But
not
he
him.
has the spirit of a teenager and the body that cannot support his spry energy. You know this to be Septimus Gooley. This is, I know, he is the grandfather of Eliza Vander Hedgepig. And he's a bit of a troublemaker around town. Not only does he tend to like the ladies, nothing like weird, but he likes to be around beautiful women. He also
doesn't?
who doesn't, right? And he tends to put himself in bad situations because he thinks he's younger than he is. Most importantly, he is exceptionally hard of hearing and refuses to admit it.
Hmm.
So
A
as
bit of
you
a roguish fellow.
Yes, yes. As you open the door, Mr. Septimus Gooley, you hear him say, "Where's my granddaughter? We're going on an adventure. Where is she?"
Oh, Celestine.
Ah,
What are you
I'm
going
beginning
to
to notice a pattern with this, and should this pattern continue, I better remove myself from the premises forthright before the next caller.
So as Mr. Septimus Gooley comes in and sees Mr. Houtboy Lavendy, he says, "Oh, Mr. Ponsonville." And he goes, "Oh, yes, Mr. Mr. Gooley." And they have a very like polite, like, "Oh, yes, polite, Miss," between the two of them in the kind of foyer of your home, Celestine. And just as you say, "I guess it's my time to leave," do you go to exit the door to get out?
Oh yes, I have closed the door and have begun to reopen it in order to make a swift getaway.
Perfect.
gonna
As you
leave
go to
us?
make your swift getaway, your maybe greatest fear is standing at the door.
Oh, blast.
Your great aunt has shown up, and you can see from the twitching of her fox whisker and that one eye that something is wrong. And she's very, very upset, we'll say. I want to note she is the oldest of all of them. She is technically considered ancient. She's like graying around the sides of her face. This being Miss, let's see if I can really screw this one. Miss Sophronia Leche Esther Ruff. Most people just call her Miss Ruff, both as a joke because she's rather rude. And you can see her as you open the door. She says, "Oh, I feel so weak. Oh, my
Oh.
heart, nephew, great
Ah.
nephew, catch me." As you can, she's come into this like fainting spell to really sell the fact that she's distraught.
Yes. No, I go to catch her as it is my
Oh,
duty
zero
to catch her.
question. She and you can see, her red is a little duller now. But she's got that look in her eyes. And she says, and she brings up her little gray fox paw to your face, and she says, "Great nephew, It's a horror, and she like strongly grabs your lapel and kind of shakes you a little bit. At this point, for the two of you upstairs, it's becoming quite a commotion in the foyer.
Right, should we try to get a ladder and leave out of the window? I'm sure Edmund can handle him.
That feels a bit rude, Eliza. Let's just
Well,
go
it
down
really
and
felt a bit rude,
see.
but I didn't. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh no, let's just see if we can get them to leave politely.
Right. Well, it would have felt a bit rude, but I actually didn't hear his great aunt knock on the door, which means he was trying to leave us when she came in. But if you insist, we can go downstairs.
Well, we must rise above. And they just start
scuttling down the stairs.
Toddling down the
I love this. We must rise above. And you can see Edmund is now surrounded by all of your appalling relatives, which for all of you at home in RiverBank is about as close as you get to a monster or big bad guy. So you can see he's kind of surrounded. His aunt is just like, she over your shoulder sees Mr. Poncevel, who again is a bit of a ladies' man, and she immediately no longer is fainting. She's got her paw out. He's smooching her paw, in a polite greeting of the elderly people of the RiverBank in your foyer. And as you come down, you can see all of your relatives there waiting on you. They don't show up for just any reason, and if they do, you're usually long gone. But it seems that you all might be in a little bit of trouble.
Yes, we have been caught.
And what? Trying to hoard biscuits?
I guess I head to my compatriots and say, yes, I do believe we've been cornered. This almost feels structured or planned.
And you can see your relatives are communicating, yes, it's about the cake, the cake, the cake. And they're all just like all up in arms about the cake. Eliza, your grandfather comes kind of running over. He, of course, does the thing where he repeats and has the wrong word because of his hearing. But Eliza, he gives you a rather big hug. He tells you you're going on an adventure. And they all kind of stop and look at the three of you. And I imagine it's going to be Miss Esther Ruff, who speaks up first. And she comes forward with her little cane and she says, I dare say my great nephew has failed us all across town. What do I see? What do I see? Cakes in windows, humans with batters under their fingernails, and pink icing. It says Happy Birthday King. And what do I see here among the RiverBank? No cake. Where's the cake, Edmund? Where's the cake?
I apologize. I should have known that I was our cake ambassador for the RiverBank, and so it falls to me.
At this point, Mr. Poncevel, the large kind of wide pigeon, says, oh no, don't you just blame it on that boy. No, 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 no. My niece, she has a responsibility to make a cake for the king.
I assume that amidst all of my social preoccupations, it must have slipped my mind. Oh, I'm truly sorry.
If I might step in defense of my friends, I will say that I was the one who most recently bought a kitchen stove, and as such, I was, I believe it may have been my oversight on the cake situation.
And I sort of side-eye my grandfather, who is kind of an odd man, and an appalling relative, but is not unkind, I think.
No, he's not. In fact, like I said, he's spry. He has a childlike kind of wonder still about him, which does make him different than most of the appalling relatives. And I imagine he says, he's your grandfather. Oh, honey, don't worry. That's why I'm here. I'm going on a grand adventure to make a cake. and you're coming with me. Now, this man looks like he could blow over in a strong breeze. There is no way he's going on an adventure.
Right, we'll have to find a version of an adventure for you to go on. But I can assure all of you that I will take it as my responsibility to own up to having not had a cake before and to assure you that actually, as you all came in, all three of us were upstairs plotting away at what might be the best cake the king could possibly lay his kingly fingers on.
Ah, yes, we were. Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
Well,
Yeah, of course, our dear king did not escape us.
tell them about the cake, Celestine.
Yes, tell them about the cake, Celestine.
I would love to tell them about the cake, my dear Eliza. I almost don't have the words to describe how beautiful it is. It's why
Close,
there's
but not quite.
there's at least 2 colors in the frosting.
Mhm.
And I believe my dear Edmund, I believe you were saying there would be a flower somewhere.
Yes, a flower.
Oh, I imagine it's just a boring flower, your aunt says.
No.
It's the king's favorite flower.
Right, and Edmund
The
is
king's
quite
favorite
prone-
flower.
King and Edmund is quite prone to going on all kinds of adventures and all manner of outdoor.
Did someone say adventure? And your grandfather like plucks one of his little spines out and holds it up in the air, kind of like a sword.
Yes,
Does that not
grandfather.
hurt?
Yes, well, it hurts a little, but you get used to it.
Oh,
It's Fallout all the time.
It's rather like a paper cut. I wouldn't worry too much about it. But
oh.
well, but you would like to go on all kinds of hiking adventures, so it's the
I
king's
do.
favorite flower, and it's
Yes.
a wildflower that you can only find at the top of a great hill. And you
Oh,
found
is
one.
it at the top of a great hill?
Yes. Well, it was, but Edmund found one.
At
I
this
did.
point, yes, you say I did. Your aunt looks over you with that look of like, is he lying to me? You can
I
see it from
wouldn't
like her
know.
little spectacles, and she says, "Well, let me just say this. While your sister is busy performing tonight for Mr. Toad at the mansion, you better come through with a cake, or else I will faint. And you know what
Yes.
happens when I faint."
Yes, of course. We would not want to make you faint, and we certainly would want to live up to what
Well,
my
that's
dear
good, because you've
sister
got
Dana can
roughly
do.
just over 12 hours. The last train for London tomorrow leaves at 5:37 a.m. There better be a RiverBank cake on that train or else. And you hear Ponsonville follow up, "Yes, or you're out of the will," he says directly to you, Celestine. Your uncle says, "Steak? I thought we were making cake," as he kind of yells out. And at this point, your great aunt, Miss Esther Ruff, she says, Come, I'm going to need an escort back to my place." And of course, Mr. Pottsville's like, "Rah, rah," and puts a wing out to kind of escort her out the door. And she says, "Don't be late. You better catch the 5:37 train or else." As they all kind of wander off, and you can see Mr. Septimus Gooley like running behind with his spike in his hand. Are we going on the adventure now? As he's kind of like, hobbling behind in his elderly way, leaving the three of you standing post chaos, realizing that nobody in the riverbanks made a cake for the king, which is kind of a big deal. More importantly, you have like T-minus 12 hours to get it together, baked, down the road out of the riverbank and into town, the human town, as we know as London, to the 5:37 train, to to the castle. And as you all kind of come into this silence, we have hit our first 30-minute timer. This is important for Riverbank
Uh-oh.
because it means that we draw a haphazardry card for all of you at home. It looks like the between times, except it's all chaotic. So
Right,
for the
yeah, 'cause
first
we need
one,
more chaos.
yeah, because we need more chaos. This is the joy of this game. So basically, every 30 minutes, when the timer goes off, you pull another haphazardry card. It gets blustery. For the rest of the session, plus one modifier to deed difficulty for attention deeds because of the noise, and any deeds that are performed outside. So, we'll write this into story. It's getting around town that nobody's made a cake, and the panic is starting to set in. Many of the animals on the riverbank don't handle stress very well. It often looks like fainting or panic. And there's just kind of a bolstering about the riverbank. You can hear it when you step outside. It's excited and terrified and upset, and there's crying, and it's a disaster, which means we're going to have a little bit of a modifier to any deeds done outside. It will become more difficult because you can't hear over the riverbank's ruckus. I'm going to start our next 30-minute timer, and the three of you are left. And maybe you can hear it when the door opens and they leave, and you close the door and it gets quiet, gets quiet finally.
Well,
Ah.
that was really something.
Friends, we must bake this cake.
We must.
And-
We must.
And the reason for it, well, we've already known that you may be cut out of the will, Celestine, and, well, it is worth noting that it is the king's birthday, and we must honor the king, God save him, and I must rub it in that sister of mine's face. So,
Thought you rather liked your sister.
I do, but it's hard.
It is sort of like that with siblings, isn't it?
It's
Your
hard
sister's
when
kind
your
of
sister
the perfect one. She's
Yes.
like an incredible musician. She's also very beautiful. You
course.
share a house with her. Y'all do share a house together.
Yes.
She also is said to make the best strawberry jam in all of the riverbank. And in fact, you know for a fact there is plenty of strawberry jam at your house, but you're not allowed to eat it because she sells it and helps the family and does those kinds of things with it. So it's there.
Hmm.
Well, what if we get. You're not allowed to eat the jam, right?
Yes.
Well, you're not
But-
eating any of it if you bake it into the king's cake.
See, that's the thing. It would be the king eating the jam, and I don't believe that any of us can tell what the king can do.
And if the king just so happened to share a slice with each of us, how could we say no?
How could
Well,
we
at that
refuse?
point, it's not even her jam, it's the king's jam.
Yes. By
Very
all accounts,
British.
it is the king's jam.
Well, right, so I have recently purchased a stove. I saved up my pennies for it for a very long time. So perhaps we could go to my kitchen and if we could procure some of the king's jam and we could make perhaps a sponge cake. We will have to find a flour.
We would have to find the king's flower. Now, here's a bit of a quiz between the three of us. Would one know what the king's flower is?
With you. There was a tale that I told. I am not quite sure what the king's favorite flower is, and I'm so sorry. I hate to lie.
Ah. Well, I believe if we do not find the king's flower, we may be all lying, flat on our backs, in a ditch.
Once it's on the train, there's nothing Auntie can really do about it.
Well, is it
Yes.
could we perhaps the king is too busy to bother with things like favorite flowers, so perhaps we go to the top of a hill and just find a flower that looks particularly interesting, and if we don't know what the king's favorite flower is, chances are your great aunt doesn't know either.
Yes.
Not to suggest
Quite right.
deception, but
Yes,
perhaps
but what's a little deception between family members?
just a little omission more than anything. But perhaps we say that we found. You know what we could do? We could make up the name of a flower.
Yes. And we find one that is particularly regal
Yes.
looking.
The king's
Go on, Celestine. You have
the
this.
the king's and Celestine is just looking around at things in the in the room, and it's just like the king's clock.
The king's clock, the most beautiful
king's
flower you've ever
clock.
seen.
The king.
Good on you, Celestine. That's why we rely on you for these things. Well done. The king's
Thank
clock.
you.
They call it the king's clock because it's got 12 petals that go all the way around. So if we can find a flower with 12 petals, perhaps in the colour purple like royalty, then we put it atop the cake and make ourselves a beautiful dessert with the king's strawberry jam.
Yes. Yes.
Stupendous, Eliza.
So,
Oh, we
what I
practically have the cake in hand.
yeah, what I will tell you is that flower is grown in one place in all of this area.
Mm.
We'll say it exists. 12 petals, whole 9 yards, totally his favorite.
Yes.
Old Miss Grundy, a human down in the village that we know as London, is said to have like her yard is full of them, almost like kind of like a weed, because her flock of bad-tempered geese eat them. Like it's like a weed in their pen. They grow abundant inside of her bad-tempered geese's, and these are lowercase g, not capital. These are just normal angry geese.
Not a flock of dandies. Just
Yep. Nope.
standing in
Sorry.
her
They're
yard.
just, no. Yeah. No. These are just straight up a flock of ill-tempered geese.
Flock of dandies.
um, that is definitely an option. You do know that your sister is going to be out of the house later. She has to go. She has this recital at Toad's Hall, so you could sneak in and steal your sister's jam / preservatives. Though a flower one and preservatives do not make a cake.
Right, we need egg whites. Well, we could do sort of a sponge cake, which a lot of the time, egg whites and
I'm more of a cook than a baker. Imani, you know baking, but Eliza knows baking.
We need
Celestine, do you remember? Do
flour.
you have a recipe on hand?
A flower, of course.
Right.
I believe that my aunt on my father's side had a delightful recipe for a cake. A sponge of some kind. I'm trying to remember. In my age, you know, things don't always stick.
The good news is you're in your own house and there's a cookbook, the family recipe book. You remember.
Yes!
Wow.
I'm gonna go to the kitchen and fetch it.
You run down and you open it up, and this is like, you know, it's a scrapbook full of aunts and mamas and grandmamas recipes, and you do in fact see a recipe for a pretty standard sponge cake, which might beautifully be topped with some strawberry preservatives or jam and a little flour. And I imagine as you're going through, you're like, you're gonna need the eggs and the flour, so there's some standard stuff you're gonna have. You're not gonna have to go grocery shopping. You're gonna have flour, you're gonna have eggs. These are pretty standard for around here. You can either buy it down in the village at Tat's store, or y'all kind of have your own RiverBank depot, if you would, where a variety of things are sold. So you've got the standards, but the fancy stuff is where we're gonna have to maybe go out on a little adventure, I guess you could say. You pull the pans for, you know, what have we got available, and you pull out a couple baking pans. The first thing that you realize is these are baking pans for capital A animal size cakes, not human cakes. Now, that is not to stop you from sending a tiny cake. Just know it's not going to be like a, yeah, the difference is like a cake versus a cake, you know, like it's kind of different.
Right, we could send him a pastry.
I
The
don't.
king's pastry.
Not send the king himself a small cake for his birthday.
Yes, I do suppose we would never hear the end of it from our sort and sundry relatives.
Certainly not. No, so we shall have to find perhaps a bird bath that we can put in the oven, or a cake pan of some kind.
Hmm. Do we have a wash basin?
Oh, your
Uh
Imani,
oh.
is your audio on?
Celestine, you've gone totally silent.
Oh
Oh
no!
no!
Oh, I can hear you.
Ah, there you
There you
are.
are.
Aha! I don't know what happened. To be clear, we cannot bake in a bird bath or a wash basin. That is quite unclean.
Well, we'd wash
We
it
get-
first.
Plus, you don't have an oven big
No.
enough.
It is a wash
No.
basin
No,
of
we
washing.
must find an oven and a cake pan big enough to make this cake. Now, where would we find one of those, or both of those?
Do we think that my new stove is big enough to cook with a human bake pan?
Probably like a medium-sized one, like what we might consider like a 9x9 dish, or something that's like a 9x12. You could probably get away with, but it's not
Mm.
extravagant, right? Like some of these
Yeah.
places down in the Humanville, they're building these massive tiers. Now, what you could do is make a bunch of small cakes, a bunch of small ones. Like each of
Ah.
you could make a small, tiny cake, and it becomes like a basket of not cupcakes, but not full-size cake. There's like some options.
Perhaps we cook.
Oh,
Celestine,
Yes.
sorry,
no,
go ahead.
What's your idea?
You'd gone silent for a second, and so I
I don't
had
know
not
why
seen
this
that
is
you were
happening
talking.
to me.
It might be the level at which your character speaks. The mic doesn't pick. It's like it picks up the end of your sentence, but not the beginning of it.
Okay, how's this?
There we go. Okay.
Ah, yes.
You might have also noise cancellation on, so you might, if you turn that off, that
I
might
do
help.
not.
Okay.
Oh,
I also
Oh.
can't do a British accent. I'm so
That's
sorry.
hey, that's okay. Me neither.
To all
We're
of the
we're out here
viewers.
just making it happen. I'm sorry for all you British people in chat. We're totally trying.
Yeah. Oh, I don't.
Though we are hearing
My-
you. It's a little bit better when you lean forward. It might be when you pull back.
For some reason, my microphone. What I'm noticing.
that's
Apologies
better.
to everyone. What I'm noticing is that my microphone volume keeps resetting down to 30%, and I'm not entirely sure why. Great.
But you do sound
Uh,
better. So
Okay. Great. I'm gonna just keep an eye on this. for
So
now.
looking at all the various pans, you probably have like a little square one, a little circle one, a little rectangle one. Maybe you got like some kind of bread pan. Like you got all of these capital A animal size pans laid out. And you do get the idea that you could, in fact, make a bunch of cakes, like a little, options, like a little loot box.
perhaps. Now, come join me in the realm of imagination when I do say that we could create several small, sort of us-sized cakes, and then we stack them one by one with strawberry jam betwixt, higher and higher until we have, rightly, a king's tower of cakes.
Ah, so quite tall.
We
Yes.
are on the exact same page, Edmund.
Right, we could even do something like, what if we did if we spiraled them upward, like sort of a spiraling tower going up, sort of like that, and then we could put something in the middle, perhaps a bit of confetti or flower petals.
Yes. Very good.
Now you have everything you need, but the jam, the
Yes.
flour, not the baking flour, the actual decorative flour, and the actual doing.
We have everything we need except everything we
Except
need.
for everything you need. So as you all kind of sit here and you're looking at all your ingredients that you've got. If it's just going to be a sponge cake layer by layer, that's pretty easy. Though I don't know if you're going to make an icing or anything to go with it. That's a consideration.
We should.
But you
should.
have to at least make 2 trips, especially if you're going to get the flour, because you have to go all the way to town.
Well, normally I would be the one volunteering for a good adventure because well, I am partial to adventures myself. But Well, one of us must, I guess, liberate the strawberry jams from my residence. Perhaps,
Your own house.
perhaps now, it has come to me. Well, my dear sister and my dear aunt, great aunt, cannot be mad at me for the strawberry jams if it is not me with the strawberry jams. So, perhaps I just happen to leave the keys to Strawberry Vale. I set them down on a nearby counter in a place unbeknownst to me, and perhaps someone else might see to it to, well, commandeer my strawberry jam reserves.
Well, would you look here? My dear friend, Mr. Edmund St. Andrews has left his keys in my humble abode. I must return them to him, and
yes.
perhaps I can leave them inside.
Right,
Ah.
that's a good idea. We should definitely return the keys.
Yes.
Edmund,
Absolutely.
he'll be terribly worried that he's
Mm.
missing them.
Mhm.
Perhaps we will even be rewarded with a pot of jam.
Yes, or 12.
So the three of you, now Celeste, did your character sheet say where your little abode is located?
Yes. It is south of the chestnut.
Okay, it's south of the Chestnut. Okay. So for all of you, if you don't know, when you do get the RiverBank book, so beautiful, love it, wonderful. It comes
Ooh.
with this great fold-out map of the RiverBank.
Oh, look at that.
So I'm gonna try to figure out where we're going to and fro, because there's like a lot going on here. So there's okay, got it. So the Chestnut is right here, kind of in the middle, and you'll see Strawberry Vale up here. This is where Edmund and his sister lived. And in fact, the
Yes.
first piece of art on the inside of the book is your sister picking strawberries or mushrooms.
Oh.
I'm sorry.
Wow.
Yes, that's her. Ah, my darling sister.
She's a bit of a darling of the RiverBank.
Yes.
Important
So
enough to be on the cover of the book.
yes, to be
Yes.
on the inside cover.
Well
So
beloved by everyone.
the plan is to oopsie the keys, walk him up, and have good reason to enter the house. If he doesn't steal them, he can't be in trouble with his sister.
Yes.
Even though if y'all steal them, you can be.
Right. Well, the solution is now to break into someone's house who is with us
Got it.
instead of
no.
having him go into his own house.
Got it.
Oh, no. That was one detail of the plan that we did not go over. I will be going to get the flower.
Oh, you're going into town.
Yes, well, if I were to walk into my own house with my own set of keys, it would not quite make sense, but I could go get the flower,
Yeah, you're gonna go all the way. You're gonna talk to the geese.
I think
or unless we should stay together.
are we meant to be staying together?
How about this? As you walk outside, even though there's hustle and bustle amongst the riverbank, it's starting to get dark. You're going to have to do this overnight because it is like 6 o'clock, right? The sun eventually will be down.
Ah.
I have an idea about the timing of all of this. So town, we must catch the train in town, and town is also where the flower is. So perhaps we make
Yes.
the cake, we get everything figured out, and then we truck the large cake all the way down to town, and then at that point we take we break into
The last thing
the
that you
goose
do.
pit.
Oh.
You
Pour
are
the
one
flour for the top of the
smart biscuit, my dear.
Yes,
Thank
two
you
birds
so
with
much.
one stone, as they say.
That's very kind. I
I'm
hope
so
the biscuit
sorry,
case
dear
doesn't take me
Celestine.
away.
Oh, yes, if you could please refrain from using that language in my house.
My apologies.
How rude.
It was unbecoming of me.
So the plan is to set off. Now, if Edmund doesn't see it happen, he can claim innocence, but the plan is to head over to Strawberry Vale while your sister is away at Mr. Toad's house, right? At the mansion.
Yes.
Right, yes.
So you all set off. Now you've got a little ways to go here. You're headed kind of eastwardly. You will have to cross Old Roman Road, as we kind of call it, that's exactly what it is. It's an old Roman road that still runs through this area, and it cuts across a small little river. Nothing too exciting, but it is your house, so like you know exactly how to basically get there. On the way,
Hmm.
the hustle and bustle doesn't really end, but you can see that one of the well-known groups of this area called the Wild Wooders, they're a group of kind of anarchist squirrels, who are a little who are a little against the kingliness of everything. You can see that they are actively busy. They're really into anarchy and fair wages and unions, and they kind of don't believe in the hierarchical system of current day England.
Heaven
Um,
forbid.
Those are the
yes,
squirrels
they don't.
whose,
Yeah,
whose
this is a
biscuits
bit
got
of a
stolen
no
by the
kings
ghost.
moment. Okay, so the Wild Wooders, they are out and about, kind of chattering at probably one of their nearby hangouts, which might be a large oak tree where they drink and share acorns and whatever. But they're up to something because they're kind of all bustling about, and these the Wildwooders, they're not wealthy. They don't come from any kind of lineage of money or wealth. They wear, you know, their hardworking little button-up shirts with the sleeves rolled, and their suspenders, and their little chaps, and their little feet, and their tails out the back, and they've got a whole we work hard for our money vibe, and they're
Mm.
out there busybodying, we'll call it. You can't exactly tell what they're doing, but they're doing something.
Yes, stay on your guard. These blue collar types are out and about.
Ah, yes, I hate when we encounter the pores.
No, and as you know what,
Mind you, I'm poorish is one of my.
I think as you walk by and y'all are kind of whispering to each other, like trying not to make eye contact as you cross the old Roman road, and you can see them out there doing all of this. One of them goes, "Hey, what'd you say?"
Oh, we were just talking about how much we hate people with power. Yes, down with the king. What?
Okay, I think we need to get the first roll of our game.
Yes, anti-monarchy.
And you can
Tally
see as he's
ho.
like, "Oi!" All the other squirrels turn around and they've got like their tails are kind of poofy and they're all like kind of bucking up to back him up. There's a lot of them. So
Terribly sorry, Edmund.
I dare say I'm on your side, chaps.
let's do a roll. Now the fun thing about RiverBank, and actually because I've got to explain this, I'm gonna pause our haphazardry timer so we're not wasting time.
Okay.
Ooh, okay.
So
That's
the
funny.
way this works is you don't get to pick what skill you use. You only have four to
Ah.
begin with: charm, intrepidity, pother, and sense.
Hmm.
Now, you are going to roll a d4 and it is going to tell you what skill you get to use to
Right.
solve this problem, which in this case is in essence lying or trying to get out of having offended the Wild Wooders.
Ah.
Yeah, I'm checking all my stuff here, making sure I got my. Okay, so what did you roll?
I rolled a 3, so I
Okay.
guess that would be pother.
That is your pother.
Okay.
Pother is a very fancy posh word for chaos or unexpected things, right? It's just another great word for chaos. But in the case of this, let's just actually check and see here.
Thankfully, my pother stat is one of my higher.
Oh, that's good. So you're a little
I'm prone
chaotic.
to
You're a little chaotic.
misadventure.
Now, so what happens is I'm going to set a number of what you need to reach, and then you're going to roll and ideally beat that number. You will
Mm,
roll a d6 to do this, and you will add your
mhm.
pother score to it. If things don't really come out in your favor or the way that you want, you can, or in this case, like let's say you got a stat that has a really low number and you know you're not going to make it, you can opt out of it and instead summon pother. So you can
Okay.
actually say, no, I don't want to use intrepidity. Screw it, we're using pother. But
Okay.
that's when we start affecting your animality and your poetry track, where
Mm.
things are going to start to slide because you're leaning into chaos on one side or the other. But in this case, you properly rolled pother. So,
Yeah.
based on my little, I got all my handy dandy cheat sheets here, y'all. Failing
Nice.
also has, sometimes benefits and stuff. Okay. This is not a. Actually, this is a group check. Are you just trying to convince this one guy, or are you trying to convince them all?
Well, the thing is, I do have something.
Do you have maybe a
So
knack?
yes, I do. In fact, I have a knack. I have a +1 to sway deeds directed at more than 3 humans and/or NPC animals. So if
Okay.
I were talking to the group, I would actually do better.
So in this case, I would say this is a sway because that's what you're trying to do. It is a pother sway roll. So what
Yes.
we're gonna do is we're just gonna simply start with the number that you need to beat. I will tell you in advance. So you're one character trying to convince a large amount of them. Ooh, I'm
Mm,
gonna say you need at least a 7.
right. Well, the good thing is my pother is already at a 6.
Well,
So
all you need is one success on the die, which I feel like may work in your favor.
would that be anything above a 1? I hope. Let's. That is a 4.
Okay,
So
so
that
you
makes.
very much succeeded. Very good. So it's kind of way over. And as he kind of bucks up at you and everybody turns around, please tell us again how how you de-escalate this situation as he says, "What you say?"
Yes, gentle chaps. I need merely a moment of your time. Uh, we are merely passing through on this old Roman road. And as you know, this road, well, it was constructed by Old Man Roman back in the day. And Old Man Roman was a man quite like yourself, one unafraid to roll up his sleeves and set to work, who laid these very paving stones. And, well, I want you to understand who who up in monarchy, who up in parliament and in town would come out here to pave these stones like old man Roman?
What?
Who? Exactly.
The guy they kind of look at each other as if they're really hearing what you have to say, and one of them says, "What's he going on about?"
It's what I'm allow me to approach my point, which is to say that it is you. You, the dear salt of the earth animals, who make this world the way it is. These streets would not be paved if we all sat with crowns and mantles. If we all had our starched white collars, we would all sit at home and drink tea and nothing would ever be done. Who who would pave the roads? Who would build the houses? Who would uh, do all of the other things that you do? The
As you
countless
wrap,
tasks
there's that
that come to
kind
mind.
of weird twitching of a tail, maybe a squirrel tail, as they kind of take it in, and somebody goes, "That's what we needed to make it nasty. Salt. Add a whole bunch of salt." And you can see that they start scuttering around again, and you can see that they are also clearly making a cake. They're putting like ingredients into bowls and things of that nature. They're doing it outside because they're squirrels. Um,
Right.
and it's clear they too are making a cake. Whether it's the king
Mm.
for the cake, you don't know, but you don't know of any cake that requires excess salt.
I am a tad suspicious about what they will be sending our dear old
You
king.
know what? Another guy goes, "Well, if you feel that strongly, grab a spoon and start stirring. We're making a cake for the king."
Oh, you see, my dear fellows, we have stumbled across a similar idea. In fact, my chaps and I were just on our way to, chaps, my dear ladies and I were just on our way to, well, to create a rather diabolical dish ourselves.
Well, you're in luck because we're already leagues ahead of you, mate. This is meant to be the most terrible cake ever, and we're going to put it on that train, and we're going to send it to the king because it's something about anarchy and wages and
Mhm.
modern art, etc.
Yes, not quite one for impressionists, you are. So, um, I guess, so you will be sending a cake that will be also representative of, uh,
How we
us.
feel here on the
Mm,
RiverBank about kings.
yes, yes. And when
For
your
the
cake will be submitted, it will be seen as all of us.
Oh, it will be a statement from the RiverBank. Now, for the three of you, this is bad news, okay? Because you do not want a nasty cake showing up representing all the people of the RiverBank. That's horrible. To the king on his birthday, there is nothing more blasphemous.
I love it.
But yes, it's dreadful.
And he says, well, if you're out there doing the good, hard work, as you said, salt of the earth and all that, don't let us stop you. We'll see you at the train.
Yes, absolutely.
5:37. Don't be late.
Aha, yes.
More salt! He yells.
A word, my dear ladies.
Yes.
Yes.
That looked like an invigorating conversation.
Yes, so a spot of good news and a spot of bad news. Which would you prefer to hear first?
The good.
The
I
good.
love good news.
Great. Well,
When
we
I
may
hear bad
pass.
news, I'm prone to swooning, so I think perhaps the good news first to ensure that I'm conscious.
Ah. Well, our gracious workers of the field have allowed us to pass along the old man Roman road and continue on in our tasks.
Lovely.
How lovely!
Well, the unfortunate news is that this is because they intend to, beat us to the punch, so it were, and deliver their own cake, which airs their views on the monarchy as it stands. A rather salty opinion, as it were. If you
Oh,
catch
what have
what
you
I mean.
done?
What have I done? Oh, well, I didn't.
This must be your fault. Calm down, Celestine.
It is interesting. I do not recall handing them this idea on a silver platter. It's almost as if they came up with this on their own and are now in the midst of delivering this cake.
Perhaps-
Eddie, calm down.
Perhaps I can try and convince them that we will make a cake far worse than theirs.
And that we should only send one.
One.
Yes. A cake so terrible that any additional statement would detract from it.
Right, because this is a political statement, but any additional statement should be seen as an act of war.
Yes. Yes.
Yes, exactly. Exactly.
So who's going to try to convince them your cake is going to be nastier?
I can do my best.
Well, listen,
Okay,
we'll
so-
try to convince them, and we shall make a nasty cake.
So,
Yes.
Celestine, you pigeon waddle up amongst all of these squirrels. They're adding some just mustard seeds, really horrible stuff to the bowl as they're talking and chattering amongst themselves. Off in the distance, you hear one of them go, "Oi! Who stole me biscuits?" As you step up, and one of these squirrels turn around, and he goes, what, ma'am? He corrects himself, realizing you're a lady of taste.
I know who stole your biscuits.
Oh, I'll knock him a block. I'll fisticuffs him.
I don't believe that you would be able to knock him out, as you've said, because it was a ghost.
There's like a moment where he has to register it, and then he goes, "Ghost? Where? Ghost! Ghost!" And all of the squirrels start screaming and yelling, "Ghost! Ghost! Quickly in the house! Be damned the cake!" Stuff starts going flying, ingredients are spilling everywhere, flowers poofing in the air like smoke, and they're running from the ghost.
Can I just push everything off? I just get everything like a little extra push.
Yeah,
so
as
that
everything's
everyone-
they're all running inside, and you witness as all of these squirrels run into the same tree, like a family tree. And y'all see, you don't know what Celestine said. Just walks past it as it does. It's just like an oopsie. like a cat of a drink off a table, and the bowl clatters to the dirt.
Well, that seems to be taken care of.
Where
It's starting to
does
get
Lester?
dark as the sun starts to set.
Oh, we
And-
must be on our way.
Another timer has gone off for a haphazardry card.
Oh,
Oh, that's the instruction
Yeah.
card. That's not helpful. Oh, after this encounter and trying to get back on track, everyone is frazzled. Everyone's charm score receives a -1 penalty for the
Oh.
rest of the session.
No.
So you can add, I believe you can add it in manually, but things are starting to get a little bit more frazzled. And as the sun begins to set, and somewhere off in the distance, you hear somebody say again, "Who stole me cookies?" There's that reminder that somewhere around here is a ghost walking along the riverbank. And as it gets dark, and of course the creatures of the riverbank know, ghosts only come out at night. You're not far at this point from Strawberry Fields, I think, or whatever it was called, but you're close. Forever and ever. And as you're kind of scuttering down the path, you can hear all of your feet going as fast as it can. The sun dips below the horizon line, upping your frazzled nature, and you can see your house just on the horizon as a limb cracks from the woods nearby. And somewhere on the wind this evening, you hear it say, "More biscuits."
No.
Moo! Tails get pulled in, feathers go floof as I imagine you all run for the front door of St. Andrew's home.
Yes.
And we
double
are
time.
going to take a break right here. We're going to get some water, take a bio break, and we will be back for the second half of this little adventure.
Ooh.
So fun.
We'll see y'all in about 10 minutes, everybody. everybody, and welcome back to the second half of our live play of RiverBank RPG. I'm joined by some wonderful folks from Mage Hand High Five who have already blown my mind. They're great. If you missed the first half, the long and short is we're posh, we're capital A animals, and we have a task given by some of our more needy relatives, which is to make a cake from the riverbank and get it on the train in time to make it to the king's birthday. After a couple strange encounters with what are they called, the wooded strange encounter seems to cover all the wild wooders with your relatives. You decided that we're gonna need some supplies because this can't just be any old cake. You've got your recipe, you got most of the stuff, but the specialty items like some strawberry preserves, maybe a special flour to go on top, those things need to be acquired. And your feet here now in the darkness have taken you down the path and cut you in. And you are standing in front of Edmund and his sister's home. Would you like to tell us a little bit about your home in Strawberry Vale?
Yes, absolutely. My home is Strawberry Vale, and there's not any place in the riverbank quite like it. It is a bit of a cottage version of the stately homes of the 18th century. A tiny portico of white stone, two paned windows on either side, and white stone. Uh, and there's a lot of words here that I can't quite pronounce.
Yes, yes.
But it is it's stately. There's architecture, there's structure, there's an aesthetic je ne sais quoi
Wow.
that makes my house unlike any here. And well, what is a house if not a home? And at home I do feel when I pass its threshold. And so
Lovely.
it's got columns out front. It's white stone. It's big enough to have like 5 different rooms inside,
Mhm.
but it looks palatial, but is quite comfortable.
Well, this is one of the nicer homes, specifically here in the riverbank, especially for animals to live in.
Ah.
It's probably second nicest to Mr. Toad's mansion itself. So it's definitely a sight. And it's called the Strawberry Vale because strawberries grow wild here. That's why she makes strawberry preserves. Your sister, considered a master musician, is not home. You know this for a fact. And just over the rolling hills, you can actually see the mansion from Strawberry Vale with the lights on and the event happening. So you're in the clear. You know that technically there's nobody home. So what is the plan of attack here? Because you know where inside the preserves are, but
Yes. So, I believe, well, it being my house, uh, what we might be able to do is to just sort of walk in and purloin said
Right.
strawberry jams and
perhaps-
preservatives.
If you were to tell us where the strawberry preservatives are, and then
Yes.
invite us to make ourselves at home, and then
Mhm.
perhaps we make ourselves at home while you run some sort of errand or draw yourself a nice bubble bath up top.
Yes, absolutely. Well, knowing that eccentric Mr. Toad, this party is destined to last all evening, and so I do believe we have all the time in the world to make out like bandits.
Yes, but perhaps
But not really, don't we? We have to catch the train.
Yes.
So we don't have all the time in the world.
right.
Yes, I
we-
suppose we don't.
We must act quickly, but I will say, Edmund, that if you want your plan to be successful, you cannot see us pilfering the strawberry jam. So if you go
Absolutely.
upstairs and make yourself scarce, then we can do
Mm.
all the pilfering and we will meet you downstairs.
Yes, absolutely. I do have my pipe and smoking tobacco packed for such an
yes.
occasion.
you have a sitting room that this is perfect for.
Oh, wonderful. Yes, well,
Absolutely.
why don't you leave us in your kitchen and we shall procure some goodies while you whilst you have a smoke in the other room.
Absolutely. Though it does pain me as a host to leave my guests unattended, I will. I will let you peruse at your leisure.
So imagine there's like You tell them where the preserves are kept, which is probably in some kind of cellar or storage just under the kitchen, right? You
Right,
go to
so?
the sitting room, which is adjacent to your sister's music room, okay?
Mm.
Which contains a number of appropriately scaled instruments that your sister plays to compose music and whatnot. And almost like a looming ghost, the music room watches you as a reminder that your sister would not be okay with you tapping into her preserves without asking. But you know what? It's not your
Yes.
problem. As we hear you like and hear
I'm
that
not tapping into
yeah
them.
and strike a match and light it up, and as you take a very deep breath, the two of you have been tasked, you've been told where it is under the floor. So there's like a door that opens up into a small walk down cellar. um yeah, the two of you have to go steal the strawberry jam.
Right.
Well, how big is this tower? Of cakes? Are we going for 6, 12?
Well, I think a nice round number is 7. I think perhaps we go for 7.
Yes, lucky number 7. Is that a
Right,
thing
exactly.
at this time period?
I don't know, but it is for us.
And then I believe that would require around 6 jars
Right.
to layer one in between.
And perhaps
Each.
we ought to get one extra in case we drop one.
That's quite smart. Okay.
So who cracks open the cellar so you kind of
I will crack it open.
you kind of lift this heavy wooden door, and as you set it to the side, you look down, and it's a small, like 4 or 5 ladder steps down. You're gonna have to crouch to be in it, but it is lined wall to wall with fresh baskets of strawberries and jars of strawberry preservatives. It kind of like, oh, when it opens up and you look down, there's so much. And there's a note pinned to it in his sister's handwriting that says, "Do not eat, Edmund."
Well,
it's a
my
good
name
thing.
isn't Edmund, is yours?
My name is certainly not Edmund, and I don't believe the king's name is Edmund either. So I think that perhaps the thing to do would be to get some jam, perhaps from the back. Maybe we
Yes,
sort
and
of
then
want to
maybe
right
cover
sort
it
of
up.
and we squish them
yes.
together in like a way
Love that
that
you're trying to
sort of
cover your tracks.
makes it look like they weren't taken. And it would be a shame if we made this strawberry cake without fresh strawberries for the top. So perhaps
Okay.
we could have a basket as
I need
well.
somebody to. Okay, I'm gonna need somebody to make the roll to cover your tracks. How many jars of this are you getting?
7.
7?
7 jars.
Okay, you're gonna need. So you needed 1 as just a success to take it, but because you're taking 7, it will be an
Yeah.
8. I
We're
need
taking-
somebody to make
We're
a
also,
roll.
we're also going to take a basket of strawberries.
It's just one of us that has to do it. This isn't a team
So
effort.
for the jars to start, so I imagine like little hands start passing jars up the 7 jars. Who's covering the tracks of the missing jars? Let's start there.
I can do that.
Yeah, I think
Okay.
it would make sense. I'm good at climbing, so I'm gonna take the little jars and just kind of ferry them up one by one.
Okay.
And then
So
you'll kind of sweep move the jars in sort of an orientation such that it looks like there's not as much of a gap as there
So
is.
Celestine, I am gonna need a roll from her. Remember what you use to accomplish this deed, as we call it, is random. So roll a d4.
Okay, that is a 3. So my
So it's your
Father?
father. So here's the thing. It's hard not to notice. One, there's dust all over everything. So there's like, you can clearly see where the jars have been sitting, little paw prints. You've left behind feathers that you're gonna have to, like, it's a lot. There's a lot of evidence, in essence, for this crime scene. So, you need 8 on your father roll.
and I have a 6 already. So I
So
just
you
need a-
potentially good luck.
okay. 3.
Okay, you did it with an extra 1. Tell us how you use chaos to cover your tracks.
I I just start going like this with my wings.
There's just
Like kicking
Just
up
like-
all the dust into
Yeah,
the
just like
air.
all of the dust that's on the ground. So
So
that
wait, it's
just
gonna
going
resettle
everywhere.
around
Yeah.
the jars as they're positioned. Okay.
Oh, that looks quite good. That's very good. Could you come flutter around here where the basket of strawberries was? There's quite a large hole.
Okay. You pull. Now you're gonna take all the strawberries, not just the basket. You want.
No,
Or-
I want we want 7 jars of the strawberry jam and 1 basket of strawberries. A small basket
Okay.
of strawberries that we can put the strawberries on the cake.
On the cake. Got it. To decorate
Right.
with. I love this. All right. I will say that roll was enough because you got the extra one where you flutter about, you kick up all the dirt and dust, and every empty spot where a jar was taken seems to like resettle in the dust. You move some jars around, you make it look full, make sure the sign warning Edmund not to eat them is still in place, and you're able to like reclose the cellar. By the time the two of you arrive to the sitting room, you can probably see Edmund in a wingback chair, like right, like puffing away at this giant,
Ready to
giant pipe. Edmund, they didn't take a jar. They have 7 jars and a basket of strawberries.
My dear ladies,
We thought this
what
would
have
be
you
nice.
done?
We thought this would be nice for the cake. We have a bit of spread from within each tier of the cake, and we also have some delectable strawberries to put along the sides.
And
Edmund,
you-
you must remember this is for the king.
It's for the king. You're not eating this. If you don't put a finger in the jam,
Yes.
it won't be a problem.
Of course, yes. And I would not dare be tempted by the jam at all in transit. So,
Does it feel like Edmund's tempted by the jam?
yes.
I imagine
Oh,
that
yeah.
she's caught Edmund more than once eating from the jar, like paw in preservative.
Just like hunched over in the jam cellar like a
Like
goblin.
literally.
That's what he does when he goes full animal.
That's why she has a
Yeah.
sign up that says not for Edmund.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Like, listen, none of this is unwarranted.
Right.
This is. And so, like, he is addressing y'all, but he has not taken his eyes off the jam this whole time. He's just like, yes, absolutely. I wouldn't dream of. What was it you said?
Is there a towel of some sort we can use to cover?
Take her kitchen towel.
I just cover so that you can't
Yeah.
see it.
And of course it's a
Cheesecloth.
yes, there's like a cheesecloth or some kind of nice towel that's got
Yeah.
probably embroidery of strawberry on it that she hand stitched or something with their family, strawberries on it that you like lay over the jars and the strawberries so he can't see. it.
Absolutely.
It's
Best
beautiful
course of action.
needlework, actually.
Also done by your sister Edmund. She's perfect.
Yes, of course. Well, everything good in the house is done by her.
And in fact, it makes you think, oh yeah, she made like these strawberry preservative cookies the other day, and biscuits the other day, and when you go to the kitchen maybe to get one on your way out the door, they're all gone.
What?
The biscuits are gone.
It has been here. We must leave. We must leave at once.
Oh no, I'm afraid I may have left some biscuits at home. We should have to see if the shambler has
Yes.
come to my abode as well.
Oh, it is unfortunate. I was in desperate need of a biscuit.
But Edmund, imagine how exciting it shall be if we achieve the best cake of the realm, and the king chooses our cake to eat for his birthday, and then you
Yes.
will finally have something to lord over your sister.
Yes, absolutely. That's absolutely right.
I think Edmund gets like a little pep in his step. Now, are y'all cooking it here in her kitchen, or are you gonna go
No.
back to
Well, that would
Celestine's
be
house to cook? Okay.
Terribly gauche. Well, I did get a new stove actually. So
Oh,
perhaps
that's
we
right. Y'all
back
could
to
go to
that.
Hedge Pigs. Okay.
It
Yes.
is more of a humble residence, but yeah, it is good for cooking. The kitchen is well equipped.
It
As
does.
oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was just going to say it does make sense for our adventure to pass through all 3 of our houses. So, Naturally, yours would be next.
Yours is next. So you've got your supplies from here, your supplies from there. You're gonna have to backtrack a little bit. Miss Hedgepig, can you tell me where Eliza resides in the riverbank, like where the house is?
Yes,
Does it
of
tell you?
course. One moment, please. I need to think about where my home is.
I was about to say, I don't even know if does your character sheet say?
It's gotta. Yeah, I thought it did. Why is it
I
not?
feel like it. Description. Okay, here we go. Location on
there
the
we go.
western flank of Tippy Connet Hill.
Yes.
Oh,
Yes,
okay,
yes,
okay.
yes.
So, not that far. You are gonna have to pass the Celestine's house because it's actually y'all are basically neighbors.
Oh, that's nice.
Celestine's kind of up in here, and you'll see it just over here. So y'all are kind of neighbors. There's basically just a field
Delightful.
between each other.
Oh,
And you swing through and get stuff you need, and you make it to Eliza's home. It is now very much dark outside. There is no peep from the Wild Wooders as you come by. The mess has now been cleaned up, but you don't see anybody out trying to make a second cake.
Right.
And you make it pretty simply. Eliza, tell us a little bit about your humble abode.
Yes, well, my house my home is significantly more humble than Strawberry Vale, of course, because I am rather poorish, and it is just a little burnt cottage with a stone roof. It's only got two rooms. There's the living room, kitchen area with a new stove, which was my big investment, as well as is a humble bedroom, and it's all sort of decorated with beautiful arrangements of florals and flowers and things that I picked up, and little linens and fabrics that I picked up from various human residences along the way. It's just sort of a nice little cottage, rather homely, with a few different knickknacks and bits and bobs that have sort of been around. There's also a fair amount of crafting supplies and things. I'm just sort of out and about. And it's got a stone roof and a bright red door and shutters painted with bright flowers.
And as you come up, definitely a juxtaposition to Strawberry Vale. You enter and you all get to see this new hearth, this new stove, Eliza's big investment. Is there anything special that you want to share about this stove here, Eliza?
I think, well, I will say, so this is, I am very excited. I don't want to seem to be bragging, but I was very thrilled to be buying this stove, and it doesn't look like much. It doesn't look particularly shiny or beautiful, or, well, it's beautiful in a rustic way, but it is one of the best stoves that you can buy, and that it is particularly even in its heating temperature, and it is very useful and user friendly. Like a lot of well appointed kitchen appliances, it is not necessarily about form as it is about function, and it functions beautifully.
And you can actually see it, the new smokestack, right, that comes out of the roof of this little cottage. It's very shiny, very new. Probably cast iron, I imagine, like really nice cast iron. And all of you lay your goods out, your 7 jars of jam, your basket of strawberries, a stolen kitchen towel, pots and pans, flour, eggs, sugar, your basics.
Borrowed kitchen towel.
Yeah, that came along too. And you are very much running short on time. It needs to make that 5:37 train, and it's about 8 p.m. right now, and you've got 7 layers of cake to bake, so you said.
Right.
Yes.
Well, we can always do 5 if we need to, but we should go for 7.
Yes. It's a lucky number. 7.
And
I believe in our culture.
yes, that's true. That has been established.
Yes, and we do have 7 jars of jam. Edmund has absent-mindedly picked up a jar. And
Yeah, and it's like slowly reaching to open it.
yes, we do have 7 jars of jam at the moment.
Celestine goes and just gently grabs it from him.
He's like, yeah, I don't need it.
Yeah.
Oh dear, I don't know when I picked that up.
So who is mixing the batter and actually baking these cakes?
Well, I have a... Oh, go ahead. Oh, sorry, Celestine. Go.
No, I was just going to say, well, it is my great aunt's recipe.
It is your great aunt's recipe. So why don't you you're the mixer for the actual cake itself. So this is definitely going to be a deed. Now, how I'm going to do this is based on how many layers you're attempting to bake. And a whole variety of things will be the difficulty level of this. So, are you aiming for 5 or 7?
The King's 7.
The King
Okay,
7.
we're
We
going
must
for
go
7.
all in.
So it was already because of things like having wings and no opposable thumbs and, the standard day-to-day problems of an animal trying to make a cake. It's a 3 to start, plus your 7. You need 10. Doesn't mean you won't do it. You just may not get your full 7. They may not be perfect. So there's a variety of things that could go wrong. So why don't you randomly roll for what you'll be using to solve this deed?
Charm.
Wonderful. Wonderful.
You can
So
always replace it with pother if you need to.
you can always choose to do pother instead, but
Yes.
They're the same.
okay.
Ah.
Darn that -1.
Yep. So you're gonna take the -1 for the charm.
Ooh.
So roll it up and subtract the total charm from your roll. Now remember, afterwards, if let's say you're short, so you roll a 6 and you need a 10, you can buy 4 points
Mm.
off of your animality track to make it, but you're going to start leaning one direction or the other, and I will tell you which one that is based on
Gotcha.
how you go about charming this cake into being.
This is still me rolling my d6, right?
Yep, D6.
And then adding that onto my charm?
Your
Okay.
charm number onto the D6 total, and then
Yeah.
of course it'll be minus the 1 for
Great.
for our haphazardry card in play.
Oh, what was the number that you said?
10.
Oh. Oh, wait, no. I have an actual 10.
Oh,
I
you
just
landed
did
on the
math.
10? You made 10?
I got a 4, so I had a 7 charm,
Yep,
plus
with a
4 is
6 plus your
11.
4. Yeah, you did it.
which
Great.
-1.
So for the
Yay.
next
Yeah.
7 hours of the evening,
Yeah.
Oh.
you are doing nothing but baking cakes, pouring
Mhm.
mix, going at it, pouring into the oven. As these cakes come out, I need to know what Edmund and Eliza are doing to help make it happen.
Well, I'm spreading the jam.
Okay, you're the jam
Of
spreader.
course, yeah, taking
He's
a little-
spreading the jam.
We should let him. We should definitely let him.
Okay. And are you kind of like strawberry decorator afterwards, like stacking the cakes? How are you helping Eliza?
I have a +1 to. I'm like good in the kitchen, so I have a +1 to all like cooking and baking related things
Oh.
as a knack.
Okay.
So I think maybe like placing the strawberries. I think I might be like doing, because it's my kitchen, I'm kind
Yeah.
of like directing traffic in terms of like, oh yeah, you'll find that, you'll find the measuring cups down there, and let me know what you need me to prepare for you, and like basically
Oh, oven's too hot. Pull some coals out. Yeah.
yeah,
Okay.
just doing the like kitchen management part of it, and like cleaning up after
Yeah.
Celestine so she doesn't have to worry about it.
Yep.
Like,
And she
doing
can just
the-
go cake after cake. All right.
Exactly.
So, Edmund, for your $7, you're in charge of the jam applique, and then Eliza, I'm gonna let you make a roll as well.
All right.
You've got 7 layers of cake. That's 7 layers of strawberries. You needed 10 as well. 1 for
Mm.
each layer, plus the 3 originally, because
Right.
why not?
That will be intrepidity.
Intrepidity. All right. For those of you
Hmm.
at home that need to know a little bit about intrepidity, I am gonna define that word for you, because I can't remember exactly. I'll give you a dot definition, and it won't be British enough or something. So let me get the correct one. So if your intrepidity is high, you're bold, dauntless, gutsy, stalwart, stout-hearted, and undaunted. It's the stat
Hmm.
that makes you think of something bold and you wanting to do it. It doesn't always reflect conventional courage. You'd say somebody like Winnie the Pooh and Piglet have high intrepidity.
Mm.
All right. So, tell us how your bold, gutsy, stout-hearted little fox paws go about applying your sister's stolen strawberry jam to the king's cake.
Yes, well, well, when you really think about it, this could be anyone's strawberry jam. You, There's no
Sure, it was
labels.
your sister's. Now it could be anybody's.
There's no labels on it. There's nothing
The
differentiating
lid
this from anyone else.
absolutely says, like, you know, it has like a stamp of your strawberry farm.
Ah,
On the
what
lid, though, not the
lids?
side. Yeah, yeah. Who needs the
Uh-huh,
lid?
no.
It's the
The
cake
lids are
jam.
absolutely gone. Well, in the sense of intrepidity, I guess it is to just go all in.
You just
One-
gonna Jackson Pollock this thing.
Absolutely, you hold
All
the
right.
jar over and let it all ooze right
Let's
out.
get
all
your
over the
roll. You
cake.
need a 10 for intrepidity.
Yes, well, I have a 5 already, and so it's a 5 or above will deliver it for us.
Right.
And that just isn't it, is
How'd
it?
you do?
No.
Well, I received a 4, and
Oh,
so overall
okay.
it would be a 9.
So you're one short. To achieve it, you're welcome to take a point towards, because this is the creation of something, it's very human action, up your poetry track. So closer towards poetry and farther away from animality if you want to like add to your role and make it a success, or you can accept the failure.
Well, to be quite honest with you, I need all the help I can get against my animality right now because the animality in me is telling me to devour this jam like no one has ever seen. And so I will be taking a point up toward
Okay.
poetry because I need that. I need that civility.
So up you go, which basically adds the one. You become a little bit more concerned about how it looks, about the beauty of strawberry, your sister's strawberry preservatives on this sponge cake. These things
Yeah.
matter now. It's about the art, really. As you begin to Jackson Pollock
Absolutely.
boldly your way through applying layers and layers of preservatives between each sponge cake that comes out of the oven.
Mm,
Um,
absolutely. Look at this.
Yes, oh, it's just
Perfect. Perfect.
and because you're so focused on the artistic process and getting it just right for the king, 7 hours will go by. Same amount of time you got to wait for every layer of cake, one by one by one, and time after time again, you must focus, get your best Bob Ross, and make it a happy cake with preservatives. And so as you sprinkle it on and get it done, your half is finished. Now,
Mm,
Eliza, yours is the hardest because you can't do yours till the end.
right. The strawberries.
With the strawberries. The good news is your other team has come through 7 layers, strawberry preservatives. I should have asked you what y'all plated this on.
I think I've got a nice platter that I bring
Nice
out
platter.
for
Okay.
very special occasions, of course.
7
this
layer
is one.
sponge cake, nice platter.
I think we've done perhaps like a nice crumb coat around the cake, so there's a bit of cake showing through and a bit of jam
Yes.
showing through, and then we are going to sprinkle some strawberries on top.
Okay. I need to get your roll as well to add to our cake situation. So these are the go ahead and roll up to see what your random.
Man, I think this is my first roll.
Yeah.
3. That's
so your
pother.
pother. So a little chaotic. You have to wait 7 hours. Y'all aren't sleeping. It's like layer after layer. You've been tending the kitchen. Now, don't forget, you get a plus to this, right?
Oh yes,
Because
I do.
it's your kitchen. So,
I
so
would
you're gonna need a
Mm.
10, but you get to add a +1 because of your knack, which will reset at the next haphazardry mark.
Right. Okay. Ooh. That's a 6 plus 6 plus 1, so that's a 13.
Tell me how you
Ooh.
chaotically like. Yeah, this is British Bake Off right here. Like, tell me what it looks like when you finish giving it the bangerang at the end.
Yes. So, I think it doesn't feel like Eliza is used to cooking alone, and she moves around her kitchen very in a very specific and very fluid way. Like it's a place where she feels very at home. But as she's moving around the kitchen really swiftly, all of you are finding yourself having to like, as her spines like barely miss your faces.
Oh.
As she's moving around in all these different places. And when the cake is finally finished, it's this like gorgeous, beautiful cake with a little spot on top for a flower where like, but you look around and like Eliza is completely covered in like
jam and frosting and raspberries or strawberries
It's
and
just like
a
all over you. There's flour dust. Yeah.
yeah, and like all of her spikes have like stuff on them. Like I think she's like picked up some detritus from the kitchen on and possibly from some of you on her quills.
Oh, and with
dearie me,
I
I'm afraid
imagine
I'm
a
a bit of a
big
mess.
flourish of some kind of like snappy, poofy final drizzle of strawberry, whatever. The cake is complete. It's
Gorgeous.
roughly about 3 in the morning, between 3 and 4 a.m. You have about 2 hours, we'll say 2 hours and some change, to get this cake all the way into town and onto the train.
We've got to get the flour too.
And you've got to get the flour. So time is of the essence. You have successfully done it. It's a beautiful cake, and you know it's going to taste good. Perfect sponge cake, perfect preserves, really a full representation of what makes the RiverBank great. You have to get it there.
Well, all we have to do is transport it now. And I believe that should be easy as well, the words escape me, but well, let's get this cake on down there.
Easy's cake.
Who's carrying it?
Well, as the tallest member here.
And with opposable thumbs.
Yeah.
Yes,
I was
with
just like
the
an
one with
Edmund
opposable
job,
thumbs.
I guess Miss Hedgepig does also have a thumb like digits. Yeah.
Right, but I think this seems like a job for a big, strong fox.
Strapping
Mr.
gentleman.
Finn.
Strapping gentleman.
No offense, my dear, I would be afraid that you would pierce the cake.
No, none taken whatsoever. I can't tell you how many flans I've deflated in my day.
Not the flan deflation. Oh.
I've given up on making them entirely.
Yeah,
now.
just
I'm
flans, yeah.
bounce back.
So,
Do any kind of Peter or anything either.
all right. So, it is a pretty straight shot. It's a well-traveled road. You're not going to deal with any like ruffians, but it is late, or should say early, right? The sun has not risen. It's still very dark outside, and with all the hustle and bustle of 7 hours of cake making, you have completely forgotten about the biscuit bandit.
Oh no.
Well,
Where are they?
it's a cake.
Right.
Sure-
So why would you be
surely-
worried about it?
Yeah, surely they haven't graduated to larger pastries.
Yes, there are
So-
many steps in between biscuits and cake.
Yes.
So you're
Got a
here
wonder
in
of
Tippy Connect, and you're headed down here to the village, which,
Ooh.
in all essence, is in fact London. You don't have to go far. There is a main road. There's a couple, like a bridge you're going to have to cross. So you can go south and take the bridge over this way, or you can take the nearest bridge and go down the main road for the majority of it, past Old Mill Lane and some other things like that. So the question to you is, how would y'all like to get there? Do you want the easiest path, or the longest route?
I think the easiest path.
Easiest path. Okay.
Yes.
So
For me.
yeah, so you're gonna take. There's a bridge
Time
just
is of the
nearby that
essence.
basically cuts you across. That means then you just have a long straight shot. It's just an
Mm.
open dirt path that's gonna take you
Perfect.
there. But you should make good pace. It won't take you 2 hours to walk it.
Right, and I'm sure nothing could go wrong.
I'm sure
Well,
nothing could go wrong.
I believe this way, perhaps we will not run afoul of anyone destined to object to the usage of ingredients that we have set for ourselves,
Yes,
such
certainly
as
will.
people spilling from Toad Hall.
Yeah, at this point, your sister's definitely. Well, she may not be aware that you snuck in the house and stole her preservatives because they did a pretty good job covering their tracks. But she would be home now from her recital for sure. In fact, she's probably
Yes.
sleeping soundly in her bed. Well, Edmund, because you have the deed of carrying the cake, you have to make the roll. Yes. So we have to see
Jolly good.
how this goes from
Right.
from point A to point B. And considering the fact we only have 1 minute left on our haphazardry timer, I think I'm going to go ahead and draw to set up the scene as to what
Oh.
could be.
Oh no.
Oh. Okay. Someone gets antsy. For all characters with intrepidity of 7 or higher, any rolls involving your AP range use animality points regardless of the deed. So regardless of the deed itself, you have to lean towards animality, which means The excitement is getting to you, and it's not getting to your necessarily better half. It's beginning to make your feathers twitch and your whiskers itch, and you're getting antsy, and the fur is standing up on the ends of your bodies. It's your more animal side is coming out for the whole lot of you, and part of that is because at this early hour, even the cows nearby are sleeping. It's quiet. You can hear the bugs chirp, 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 and somewhere on the wind, biscuits. And Edmund, as you maybe shiver a little bit, I am going to go ahead and have you make this roll to carry the cake safely and soundly.
Absolutely. Thankfully, my intrepidity is only at a 5,
Okay,
so
so it does not apply
hopefully,
to you.
hopefully there's not too much jumpiness for me. I will be, well, I will be using my sense for this role.
Okay, so this is you keeping an eye out, ears alert, all of that jazz.
Absolutely.
This is quite a walk here. Though there's no bad weather and you are taking a road, so I'm gonna say you probably need a 7.
A 7. Perfect. Easy. This should be easy as a... Well, the word's still not coming to me. Well, that is an 8.
On the roll?
We're rolling a 3. We
3
have an
and
8
5?
for sense.
Okay, 8.
Yes.
8 is plenty. Oh, and if you used a knack, your knack has reset.
Oh, perfect.
Oh, wonderful.
New
Absolutely.
haphazard timer starting now. We might get one more
Yes.
in before we're done.
Excellent.
But
Well,
it's maybe the creepy wind or whatever it is that rides at your back. That makes this kind of an eerie walk. The scarecrow in a nearby farm looks a little too weird in this early hour of the morning. The sun's got that pink line as it's just about to come up over the horizon, and you can hear the train doo doo as it pulls into the station. Now we'll sit for a period of time, right? It's people and cargo, so it's gonna take time to load. But you can see it like down the hill and down the path it has pulled in. Now you will have to go past old Miss Gertie's house with her sleeping geese. Yeah, yep.
Oh, no. The King's Flower.
The King's Flower. That's what I forgot.
The King's Flower.
Ah.
Yes.
As you walk up on old Miss Gertie's house, she does live much closer. So far, Edmund's done a good job of balancing the cake. No tipping, no sliding, very, very, very balanced. And as you all kind of maybe quietly with your paws, your claws, your talons walk up to near her property. She lives in a small cottage that actually sits on the main thoroughfare into town. So this is kind of like a village cottage, right? It's pretty, and it's human sized, so it is much bigger than you. And you can see her wooden fence around the side, and on the inside of the fence, a whole slew of these king clock flowers that you're looking for. But all amongst them, sleeping with their necks at weird angles, tucked in to their, their wings or whatever, curled around one another, are these horrible geese. And because these are lowercase animal geese or lowercase g geese, you know that they are particularly bad-tempered.
Not ones to be reasoned with.
No, they're currently all asleep. It's very early in the morning. As the three of you, imagine, stand on the side of the road. Edmund's got the cake. You just have to get the flour.
Well, I am a bit familiar with these kinds of geese. I suppose I can try and sneak my way in and pluck one flower. Two, it would be nice to have a backup, but I'll be honest with you, my dears. I'm quite afraid. But I'll do it for the king and for each other.
Yes. Remember, at the end of the day, you are a fine monarchist. For king and country.
Now, the reality is, even though you're a pigeon, you're actually roughly the size of an average geese. That's actually about your size, though you aren't shaped at all like a geese, okay? So it's very comedic in its own right. Now, can you fly? Do you have the gift of flight?
I do have the gift of flight.
So there is the option of flying up and over and trying to maintain like some distance and pluck it from above. No, that there's nothing stopping you from that. You could attempt to walk your way into the gate. Are you going to wake him up? You tell me what the approach here is on getting these flowers.
I think I would like to fly over and try and And
So you're not
I
gonna
can't-
land. You just want to get like you're gonna use your feet to
I can't
pluck
really.
it.
Yeah, I'm just gonna use my little tiny feet.
Okay.
It's
So you
just-
do have flying. If you have wings, innate peculiarity, and this snack, you
I
can fly.
do.
Okay, you are capable of flying unencumbered for up to a mile, for a quarter mile. So here's the thing: it's very gauche as a capital A
Mhm.
animal to do animalistic things. Like I don't know that y'all have ever seen Celestine fly because it's like that's like asking Mr. Toad to go ribbit. Like
Mm.
you don't, right? And so because you're not just a regular pigeon, but you're willing to break out of this comfort zone to fly over, and so y'all get to actually see Celestine, this like 3 foot tall pigeon, take flight. And
Should we
because
turn
of
around?
yeah,
Please-
I
would
don't,
you
I
like
can't,
to
I
please-
can't look.
look
Please
away?
don't stare. Please don't stare. I don't. I've never wanted you to see me this way.
We won't
Ah.
stare, but do you need someone to climb up onto the fence just to watch out for the geese or anything?
Yes, if you can keep your eyes on the
Ah.
geese
Mm.
and not on me.
I shall
Please,
not,
I
shall
beg of
never
you.
Look, I will not look at you. Although I imagine you are quite majestic, and I shall climb on top of the fence to look at the geese to make sure that they are not accosting you, my dear.
Now, the reason Celestine this is particularly embarrassing is because any kind of dress, shawl, cape that you were wearing over your arms must be removed for you to be able to use your wings. So there's this little bit of like you're having to not completely undress, but you are going to have to derobe your shoulders and your wings to actually catch air onto them to make this happen. So it's even worse as everybody kind of turns their eyes and we see this adorable little pigeon cloak or something like go over a nearby railing. How embarrassing. And you look around because it's super early. None of the shops are open, nothing nearby. Nobody can see you except for maybe like a sleeping bull across the street. I am going to need you to roll for this deed. I believe that because you have this peculiarity, you can use this to basically make this rather easy for you. So I'm gonna you have the peculiarity and the snack. You can let me make sure there's quarter mile when carrying something. Okay, so in this case, it's just a yes. Yes, you do it. The question is, do you wake up the geese? So I'm still going to need a roll from you. So roll to see which one you get.
Pother.
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 In
Pother.
this case, I think this is going to be a bit of. This is clever paws. This is clever paws, as we call it, because
Okay.
you're using the cleverness of your prowess. So, I'm gonna say there's a lot of geese sleeping here. There's
I
a lot of
make
geese.
it
Here's the
any
question:
easier by-
how many are you trying to get? You want just the one?
We're on limited time. I think just the one.
Just need the one. Okay.
Mhm.
Well, then it will be a much easier roll. You only need a 6
I've got it.
without the roll. It's enough.
My pother's a 6.
Ooh.
Then tell me what it looks like as you take flight. You hover over, you get what you need, and you come back.
And pother's like the chaos, right?
Yes.
So it's just like get up and I'm going, but it's been a minute, so
You're like a little-
so I just sort of you hear like a soft like oh and like I get up high enough and drop down with and I grab it with my claw and maybe drop that a little bit, but then catch it again, and I hurry and I like also like hit the fence when I come over, so
yeah, you trip a little bit.
tumble a little bit over the fence. I'm like, look away, my dears, look away.
As you kind of kick up some dust and you like right yourself, and maybe you're quickly slinging the cloak around. You can see in her wing, she has this 12-point flower that's going to go on your cake. But the little stumble out of the gate did in fact wake one of the geese, and the geese is like, oh, and then wakes another geese, oh, and they all start kind of waking up. It's like 4:30 or 5 o'clock in the morning. And from inside the cottage, you hear old Miss Grundy muttering under her breath. And she's clearly coming to the door with probably a broom or something, concerned that somebody's maybe trying to rob her. Yeah. And you actually hear her like, already stole my biscuits, as she kind of comes to the door. So I'm gonna need all of you to make a run for it unless you want to be caught.
No.
It-
Let's run, please.
the camera pans and Edmund St. Andrews is already down the street, like with the cake. Like,
Edmund, wait! We must put the flower on.
I'm still on the fence. As the geese.
Oh no, y'all left your scout behind. Do you? You know what, Eliza? You're not very dexterous as a hedgehog. We're gonna say, I'm gonna let you roll to try to get out of there. You're last out. You're last off the gate. The rest of them are far down the road, having dying and ditched, basically. So why don't you give me a roll? Let's see what you're gonna have to get out of this situation with.
I do have a +1 for deeds involving climbing or scrambling.
Okay. So I'll give you the +1 towards this, so you'll get to add it. Let's see which one, because this is definitely scrambling.
Intrepidity?
Okay, so you're going to be using your intrepidity, your boldness, your gusto, your gumption.
I don't have much of that.
With a +1. So in this case, to not be caught, it's the same. It's probably a 7, because the geese are already up.
Right. Yes. So I have to roll
A
two,
D6
a 2.
plus. Okay, you need 2. Was that with the +1 that I gave you 2?
Yes.
Okay, great.
That's a 1.
ah!
So I think what I would like to do is to summon a bit of pother. I will substitute my pother stat, which would then make it an 8.
That will do it. You're going to, because of the scuttering, it's the sheer panic. It's like opening up a door and all the mice scutter under, into shadow, or like the panic of an animal, a dog getting caught doing something he's not supposed to, chewing on slippers. The scuttering of this is going to move you 1 point down your animality, closer towards your animality. As y'all watch Miss Hedgepig, all 4, scutter as fast as possible. As you look behind you, she's coming. She a coming. But it's not, there's nothing, there's nothing pristine about it. It's definitely the scuttering of the most animalistic side. As you can see the silhouette of Miss Old Grundy in her door frame with like a broom that's like, get out of here, you kids! Stealing my biscuits!
Kids! I've never felt so young before.
Never felt so alive! As you all keep running, you make it down to basically the train station, where you can see that these incredibly huge, colorful boxes and containers that host all of these incredible cakes for the king are already loaded like onto some of these box cars. The conductor stands out front and is actively like, welcoming you and anybody else that has a cake that needs to go on it. But your cake has no container. It sits only on a plate, and it has to go from here to Buckingham Palace.
We didn't consider that.
No, it doesn't mean it won't make it. You just don't know what state it may make it in.
Perhaps they have extras.
Well, it looks like they've got plenty of extras, and I look at all the other cakes with the covers on them.
You're going to steal somebody else's box. You also know they have like little letters that go with everything. Little like stationery, like saying who it's from.
Right.
Question.
Right.
Do we believe our dear friends, the anti-monarchists, have finished their cake?
They may have, and then
Did
if
they continue?
Pardon the indelicate expression, but we could kill 2 birds with 1 stone.
I
Celestine,
cannot
I'm
believe
so
this
sorry.
is the second time that someone has
that's-
used this quite vulgar phrase.
That's actually, yes, you're right. I'm so sorry. It's actually terrible.
Anything is possible.
Let's look for the. Can we look look around for the Wild Wooders and their cake, their salt cake, and perhaps we could sort of tip that over the edge, take the thing,
Yes.
and make a break for it.
And I actually have to have you roll off the pother table since that's what you chose to do. I realized
yes,
we
it
haven't had to
is.
do that yet. I just have to
Yes.
find
Oh.
it here in the book because I don't think I marked that one. Let me go back to my table. of
Pother
contents.
table.
It's a special one that basically says because you chose to go about it this way, there gonna be some. Here we go. So summoning pother, page 76. Everybody. Ah, yes. Okay.
76.
That was definitely probably just a clever pause because you're trying to get in and out, right? So do me a favor and roll. Actually, I'm going to call this attention because you were trying to stop attention from coming to you. So roll me a d4.
All?
That's a 1.
I believe just Eliza Vanderpig. Vanderhedgepig.
Yes, I'm so sorry. Yes,
yes.
Miss Vander Hedgepig for having chosen pother over.
Oh.
Yes. What you get?
Oh, sorry, that's a 1.
A one. You
I'm
did
so
get the
sorry.
one. Okay, so you cannot perform another attention deed until the end of the session. So no more. You can't get out of
Oh.
attention-based stuff for good or bad. Interesting.
I think that makes sense. I think as I go back, there's just my heels are all up, and she's a bit startled and a bit frazzled, and trying to stop herself from swooning.
Now, the engineer or the conductor, whoever's standing here greeting you, this gentleman is a human, though there's nothing hostile between humans and animals. We accept each community. We each make up a piece of this beautiful place we call the RiverBank. And so he greets you, ma'am, with a tip of the hat, sir. Right. And he says, "I see you've come to deliver your cake. Very strawberry."
Yes.
With a beautiful flower on top.
Oh
Yes.
yes, of course.
It's
how
the
can I
king's
miss it?
favorite.
It's
It
king's clock
is.
flower.
The
It is,
king's
he's in
clock.
fact clock.
I didn't know the king had a favorite flower. How very interesting.
Well, I guess there's some things that we animals just happen to know.
He laughs at you like, what a weird thing to say. And so, and he says, "Well, don't let me stop you. Please load it onto one of the mini boxcars, and it will be delivered post haste to, whatever the castle's name is. Yes.
Yes. My good sir, would you happen to have any extra containers in which to place our baked good?
Well, no, I'm just the conductor. You needed to bring your own containment unit.
Ah, yes, we just okay. Great.
And of course, we have a container.
Of course.
Right. Absolutely.
Got a container. We'll just go to the back and we will put our cake in our container and put it in the car.
Yes, absolutely. And in no one else's container. Ours that we brought
Your
ourselves.
container.
Yes.
Yes, of course. Yes.
Absolutely.
So you'll kind of walk, cake in hand, down towards the back, and you pass one box car and another to get to basically what is the caboose. Where back here, there are some very interesting things. Is maybe you slide the door open to add your cake to it or to see what could be available, how you can get away with this. As you open the door, biscuits fall out in mass, like a whole collection of them, as if random biscuits from all over the riverbank have been just flooded inside of this boxcar, and when you open the door, they spill out all over the place.
Are there any strawberry jam biscuits?
Yes. Your sister's biscuits are in there. Miss Hedgepig, your biscuits that were missing are in there. Yes.
Please, all we must focus.
Oh, have we found the shambler? Is this where the biscuits were going? Is the
This
conductor
like
the shambler? He was acting rather strange.
The ghost is
Yeah,
here.
yeah.
From
There's a
inside the mound of biscuits, which for all of you at home that aren't British, that's a cookie. Lots of cookies, okay? Something stirs.
Heavens. South Creek Shambler? Is that you?
Hello,
Come
Mr.
ouchie.
Ghost. Or Mrs. Ghost, I'm sorry.
Do y'all like
Biscuit
lean
banditing
into the
fiend.
boxcar?
Yeah, I'm intrigued.
Okay,
Yes.
okay. As you kind of lean in and you draw close, hello, you can see that whatever it is kind of rustling from underneath this massive mound of random biscuits, and from it pops a rat. A
Ooh.
gutter rat. And we're not talking about a capital R rat. We're talking about like a
Oh.
down home in the gutter rat. And he's very fat. Okay, he's very fat. And he's sitting there like, and he pops out and he's munching on one of your sister's strawberry biscuits. And clearly having brought stolen biscuits from across the riverbank, you don't know for how long. And because nobody else wanted to put their cake on the caboose, nobody's opened anything up back here. And you see it like,
Okay, I think the moment it is shown that the rat is eating a strawberry jam biscuit, Edmund goes off. He just goes, ah! And like
I would
launches
like you
himself
to.
at the rat.
Okay, what do you do with the cake? Because you were holding the cake.
Oh. It's. I have to be true to my character.
You
I
have to
think
do
he
what
would
you gotta
let
do.
go. I
Can
think he'd
we
let
try to
go of the
catch
cake.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. You lunge at
It's
this rat who's been stealing everybody's
Fiend!
biscuits, and the cake goes like it stays perfectly stacked, plate and all, just like up in the air. So
Oh,
I
no.
will allow Eliza and Celestine to reach to grab it. My goodness, roll to see which random stat you're going to use to try to catch the flying cake.
The cake's just slow motion.
Just like,
Oh,
I'm-
Fortuna.
I'm using intrepidity.
okay, you don't have above a 7, do you?
I do not.
Okay.
I'm using charm.
Okay, this is gonna be okay. Intrepidity and charm. This is clever paws.
Okay.
Man, it's flying through the air, and you have to catch this cake Spider-Man style and make sure it stays stacked. That's pretty hard. For the first time in this game, I'm gonna go over a 10. I'm gonna say this needs to be a 12.
Ooh.
If I ruin this for all of us.
Oh no.
What'd you get?
13.
Oh no way!
Yep.
Okay, what did you get?
You got it. I have a 10.
Okay.
13.
I imagine, Celestine, your wings go out and you dive and you skid across the ground and you miss it by mere inches. And out of nowhere, it's the same feeling like when that woman was going to get run over by that carriage yesterday. Just something in you rises to the occasion. You make a rugby dive to catch this cake, and your little tiny hedge pig paws catch it just in time as it hits the ground, and you and your dress go like sliding football style across it, but the cake stays unharmed. You actually did it. There is it's not really a help action. What it is you all can work together, but the scale of what you need together goes up by like a lot. So you can do a group roll, and I could have said, okay, well, y'all need a 16 or a 17 to catch it together, but you got to work together to make it happen. So in this case, I called just a single one for each of you. But Celestine, your dress is all now dirty. Eliza, your dress is all now dirty, but the cake remains. As we see Edmund dive face first into a mound of biscuits, trying to get revenge on.
Have at you, felonious fiend!
Yes, cookies and things are spilling out everywhere. The question is, you hear the train like zoot zoot, give its kind of like final toot toot.
Edmund, we must go. We must put the cake in the car and go. You must leave the biscuit rat alone.
Are you trying to
But
actually catch him?
Ah!
I can't catch him. I've got a
Success.
cake.
Okay,
What?
you
Oh, the cake!
you
Yes,
turn
the
and look,
cake.
and you don't know when it left your hands or how, but you have, I will say, managed to catch this kind of oversized rat, maybe by the belly or the scruff, and he's kind of, hanging there with his belly bulging. He's still got like crumbs of cookies on his face. My question is, do you want to roll to catch him, or do you want me to just say you catch him, but there's a catch, if you would. There's a little extra.
Oh, ooh. Ooh. Oh well, in good in keeping with the game, I gotta roll for it. I
Okay.
gotta roll for it.
Okay, so let's see if you actually do catch him then. So go
Yeah.
ahead.
So that is going to be another sense roll.
Okay. Which makes sense. Your senses to try to get him. He's a
Yeah.
very small creature and a very large mound of cookies. Excuse me,
Mm.
biscuits. So I'm gonna probably say you probably need a 6. You probably need a 6 on this.
Easy, easy. My sense is a 5.
You can do it. Don't mess it up.
Oh, I
Don't
got a
get-
7. I got a
Hey,
7.
that'll
We're
do
good.
Wonderful.
You dive in now. The cookies and biscuits go like spilling out of the boxcar everywhere, all over the place. And as you come up, you have this little
Ha!
by the scruff, and he looks real guilty. He's like holding, a cookie.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Some shambler you turned out to be.
And he goes real slow to like put more cookie in his mouth.
Ah, ah, ah. I slap his hand.
Yeah, and he drops a cookie, and he's like,
Ah.
he's not rabid, but he's like ugly cute with his little pot belly,
Guy.
Yeah. Um.
What a little scamp.
Yes. And you look him in the eyes, and there is something kind of devilishly cute about him. And he looks you in the eyes and kind of stops hissing for just a second. And then he does that thing where he's like, "Please, I'm an angel. Let me go." He like looks cute.
Listen here, you. I will make a deal with you. You put this biscuitry business behind you. Associate yourself with these crimes no further, and perhaps there is a place in Strawberry Vale where you may be able to pilfer all the biscuits you want under permission of the purveyors of Strawberry Vale, myself and my sister. You come stay with us, you'll have all the biscuits you can eat.
His eyes get really big and wide, and he almost leaps from the clutch of your hand and latches himself onto your jacket in a hug. As he kind of he's like, "Yes, all the biscuits I can eat. Nobody's ever been so nice to me." Now, Edmund is on the train. Celestine and Eliza, you got the cake and you're standing on the platform and you hear the train.
We need to get on the train as well. We need to put the cake in the.
Yes, I have an idea, and also Celestine is like also has like really sad eyes, and it's just like, I'm so sorry, my dears. I'm just quite disappointed that it wasn't a spectre.
I'm sorry.
And
It is
so
devastating.
and so I don't know how fast this could happen, and what the role would be, but I feel like just with an apology, just being like, "I'm so sorry, my dear." Celestine just grabs one of Eliza's little things.
You just pluck one?
Yeah, and sticks it in the cake to like keep it together.
Oh, like a toothpick!
Yeah.
Yeah!
and then I guess I don't know. I feel like the role would have to be to try and like make. I don't know if I would
Okay,
have
so
people to
here's
make
what
it
we'll
onto
do.
the train, but
We stab the cake so it's a little bit more structural.
Yeah.
And I'll say for free, you can hand it off to Edmund, who is on there with his new rat pal.
Yes.
Okay? But Celestine and Eliza, you're gonna have to make the run and jump onto the train.
Right. Yes, of course.
If you want to go with everything.
I could never miss the king's birthday.
Of course not.
I must be on this
So,
train.
I need a roll from both of you. Let's see what you have to work at here.
We must attend.
Is there any way I could help?
You either get the cake or they have to make the jump with the cake, which makes it
Ah.
harder. So you get
No.
the cake for free if you want to save the cake for
I'll
it. But
get
they,
the cake.
okay.
It's all about the cake.
We must take the cake.
And now
I plucked my dear friend, and it cannot have been for nothing.
So this is
I have
considered a valor. Let's see what kind of valor y'all are facing here.
I rolled a 3 for Pother.
A pother, okay.
I also rolled a 3 for pother.
Okay, so it sounds like it's all chaos right
Oh.
now. It literally is just like get on that train
Makes
however you can
sense.
get on the
Yes, of course.
train.
Yes.
So go ahead and I'm gonna say the cake's not in your hand. It hasn't reached full speed yet, so you're gonna need an 8.
Okay.
Is this another thing that I could use the +1 to climbing or scrambling
Yes,
that are feats
yes.
of valor discretion? I mean, and it's an innate peculiarity, so I can use it multiple times
Over
for
and over again.
haphazardry.
That's correct, yeah. So in this case, I'd absolutely say you can take the 1.
Oh, wonderful.
Okay. I don't think there's
11.
anything to add to this.
Oh, that's plenty.
Oh.
Oh.
Just make it with an 8.
Woo!
Okay. Well, Miss Hedgepig scrambles once again. Maybe that animalistic side coming out once more. Quick dive onto the train. And as it. We see Celestine, I imagine, flapping wings to try to, like, get enough air to get forward.
It doesn't matter if anyone's watching, dear. Fly.
Everybody on the train is watching.
Everyone's
This
watching.
like 3-foot pigeon try to catch the train. And Celestine, you make it onto the final cart just as it leaves the docking area and actually opens up into open track. And the train now at full speed. The 3 of you make it on board. The cake is safe. You actually have a fair share of like large collection of cookies, and a new rat friend on the way. And for the first time ever, you're maybe even leaving the RiverBank, taking the train straight to Buckingham Palace. Oh, just in time for the last haphazardry card.
This worked out
Oh.
marvelously.
Well,
We have
the
a little
weather
bit of
abruptly
break.
gets better and stays that way. The mist and creepiness of the ghost story that has haunted you all for maybe 24 or 48 hours seems to be lifted by the humor of knowing it was just a rat stealing everybody's biscuits along the way. And as you get towards the palace, it's a sight to behold. Massive and beautiful, people dressed to the nines, incredible masks, the whole 9 yards. And you're able to present the only people who came with their cake. You, the 3 creatures of the RiverBank, and your rat pal are going to be able to present the cake itself. And the king, after doing so, tells you that he's impressed with the bold statement of bringing it yourself and the extra cookies you brought to give to the poor of London to go along with it.
Mm-hmm.
A
Yes,
true
we love-
charitable
Absolutely.
act.
That's exactly what we did.
A true charitable act, and he's never seen the likes of. And
Famously,
regardless
we love the pores.
of the quality of the cake, though he does tell you he'd like a regular order of this strawberry jam for. You can tell your sister she's now got a regular fulfillment to Windsor Castle. And you're all
Yes,
able to actually
absolutely.
stay and celebrate. And the next night or the next day, you can take the train home and let everybody, including your appalling relatives, know you won the medal for the creatures of RiverBank.
Yes, that will
very
show
good.
my dear sister.
And
Oh,
with
and
only a
biscuits for the poor.
biscuits for the poor.
Biscuits for the poors.
That is actually going to wrap us. We're very, very close to time, and we have to roll into our closing ceremonies here very soon. So you're going to get to see more of me, so I'm not worried about me. But I want to go around backwards here from the order you introduced yourselves and tell everybody one more time who you are, where they can find you, and maybe wish Kobold Press a happy 20th birthday. We're 20 years old, y'all.
Oh my
Yes.
gosh! Do you need a cake?
So
I
I think
have
that
one. It has a
is-
quill in it, but it's
Yeah,
quite
yeah, it's-
tasty.
Little sharp, but happy birthday to
I
you.
think, Imani, that makes you up first to tell us who you are, where we can find you.
Yeah, I'm Imani Russell. I'm so happy to be here. I always love playing with my friends over at Meichan High Five. Go follow them. If you would like to keep up with me, I'm an actor and I'm a singer, and you can find me on socials at Imani the Cowboy.
Very nice.
Thanks for having me.
Yes, of course. Thank you for
Yeah.
being here. It was great to play with you. Casey, I think you were second, so you're second again.
Sure. Well, thank you for having me and happy birthday. And I'm so happy to be a part of this. My name is Casey, and if you want to follow me, your best bet is to follow the Mage Hand account at Mage Hand High Five on Instagram. I'm super not online, so the best way to reach me is probably to send a letter in the mail to your local grotto. That's probably where I'm living.
Note taken. And Rowan.
Hello, I'm Rowan McStay. Ooh, the regular voice feels weird.
I know now.
It's so much lower. Yeah, I'm also on Mage Hands High Five. Thank you for having us, and a very happy birthday to Kobold Press. We're so happy to have you. If you want to find me, I'm at rowan.mcstay on Instagram. I'm also not super online, and it's just like a lot of pictures of our cats who were in the background today. But we are also on Mage Hand High Five on Instagram.
All right, everybody, I'm Dot. You know who I am. You're going to see me here in a second for the closing ceremonies with our very own founder and CEO, Wolfgang Bauer, who is coming out of his hiding hole to come and close us out for the weekend. We will be announcing the total amount raised for Tabletop Alliance, and we're going to be announcing the giveaway winner from our organized play, who will receive a beautiful, I say beautiful, it's actually really cute and funny, Kobold Dice Tower made by Found Family Adventure Crafts, who has been a supporter all weekend long. So we're going to announce who that person is. Our GMs and players from Organized Play are going into a pool for being pulled, and only one of you, unfortunately, gets it. But you can go check out Found Family Adventure Crafts to get more of their stuff. And this is your last chance to go grab something off the website to donate to Tabletop Alliance, or you can go right over to their website now and do that yourself. I would suggest picking up the RiverBank book via the QR below, because that seems like, the smartest thing that you could possibly do today. And then we'll make that donation for you. Other than that, I want to thank you for being here. If you enjoyed it, tell your friends. And if you hated it, tell your enemies. We will see you for the closing ceremonies, everybody. Bye-bye.
Hi, good evening, everyone, and welcome to the closing ceremony of Kobold Con 2026.
Now, over the past few days, we have gathered from all over the world to celebrate the stories we tell, the games we create, and the community that makes them all the more meaningful. So, whether you joined us for a panel, a live play, organized play, or simply tuned in to watch and learn, we are grateful you chose to spend your weekend with us here in the Warrens.
Now, this year's convention was about celebrating our 20th anniversary, and it kicked off big with the Kobold Showcase, where we shared a look at what's ahead for Kobold Press, and there's a lot.
Mhm.
We announced that revised edition of Creature Codex for the updated 5.5 rules. We revealed Death on the Sticks, which I had a little hand in designing, new adventure collection for Tales of the Valiant in 5th edition, and we introduced Trade Secrets, a toolkit dedicated to bringing fantasy economies and mercantile intrigue to your table.
And then as we closed out the showcase, we had to take a little bit of a glimpse farther into the future, and we announced that Underworld and Underworld Adventures is coming to Kickstarter in fall 2026 for us. Trust me, the excitement and the decisions we've seen since then have revealed something truly incredible, and we are excited to share more as that project continues to develop. Until then, you're just going to have to stay in the Discord and tell us all your theories.
Rampant speculation.
Yeah.
Yes. Throughout the weekend, we did host panels and live sessions that explored every corner, cranny, nook, and warren of tabletop design. We were building memorable villains and collaborative world building. There were deep dives into writing and art battles and the craft of game mastering. We watched communities come together, building dungeons in real time. We saw the artists turn competition into collaboration. And we followed some adventuring parties as they faced everything from the frozen Northlands to the cozy, cozy banks of the RiverBank.
And Kobold Con has always been about more than just announcements and previews. It's actually about people who bring our games to life, the designers, the artists, the game masters, the players, the fans. So, your questions, your feedback, your creativity, and enthusiasm, it really does shape what we do every day.
Now, we also want to take a moment to recognize this year's charity partner, Tabletop Alliance. Through your generosity, donations are going to the Tabletop Alliance charity and a portion of Kobold Press sales over the weekend. All of those things together, we raised $1,000 to support their mission of expanding access to tabletop games and building welcoming communities through gameplay. So thank you all who contributed with a purchase at the store or direct donation, helping us use this event to make a positive impact beyond our own tables.
Now, additionally, we have one more special thing to announce. This weekend, with all of our organized play games, we had a lot of gamers and GMs participate. And one of our partners for this was Found Family Adventure Crafts, who, if you tuned into the Loot the Box, you got to see all the cuteness. Well, one of the cutenesses is the Hungry Kobold Dice Tower. And one of our players slash GMs has been pulled to actually win it. So I would like to say congratulations to John J. or Double Crit Fail on Discord. You have won our Hungry Kobold Dice Tower. Please reach out to support@koboldpress.com so we can get your info and get that shipped over to you right away.
Yep. Now, if you missed any part of Kobold Con, and it can happen, or if you'd like to revisit a favorite moment, there was some early raving during the
Yes,
showcase.
yes, yes.
All of our panels, all of our showcases, all of our live plays will be available on our YouTube channel in the coming days. We encourage you to share those, revisit them, continue the conversations that started right here at Kobold Con this weekend.
And even though Kobold Con is coming to a close, this is only the beginning of a very busy year ahead of us. You'll be able to find Kobold Press at conventions through 2026, including Gen Con and Dragon Con, where we'll be running organized play, hosting panels, and sharing even more about the projects we revealed this weekend.
We also invite you to stay connected with us throughout the year. Join our Discord to take part in the ongoing organized play, design discussions, community events, and of course, please follow us on social media so you don't miss future announcements, product releases, games, opportunities to get involved.
And we're already looking ahead here in 2026 to the Scare Case in October and for Kobold Con 2027. Each year, we learn from your feedback, your ideas, and we're committed to making the next convention even more engaging, more inclusive, and more memorable than the last.
Now, before we go, we'd like to thank everyone who made Kobold Con 2026 possible. Our guests, our partners, our moderators, our volunteers, and the entire Kobold Press team working behind the scenes. It's a huge effort. Events like this only succeed because of the people who dedicate and commit their time, creativity, and passion to making them happen and bringing them to life.
So thank you for being a part of 20 years of Kobold Press, everybody.
Yeah, thank you for supporting independent tabletop games. And most of all, thank you for telling stories with us.
Yep, we hope to see you again next year. And until then, happy gaming and safe travels wherever your adventures take you. Remember that our 20th anniversary sale does continue until the 31st. So you still have 2 more days if you missed something this weekend. And Wolfgang, I feel it's only appropriate if you take us out with our Tales of the Valiant tagline. What does everybody need to be?
Oh, be bold, be brave, be valiant.
Have a good evening, everybody. Thank you for attending Kobold Con 2026.
Thanks, everybody.